Alrighty, hello there everybody, and welcome to Roll with Advantage. My name is Joe, and I will be your Dungeon Master tonight. Things are a little different around here. We got some changes. We done spiced it up a little bit. If you were right here at the beginning of the stream, we have our new opening video that was made by a very nice viewer from the charity stream, so thank you so much for that. Blake, much appreciated if you're watching. And then also, if you are currently on desktop or on mobile or anywhere where you're watching this on Twitch, if you go to the Twitch page, so if you go to the About part of our Twitch page, there is a whole bunch of new stuff there. One of the reasons that we did this is just that way everything that's there is more up to date and more current with what's happening and what we're doing. So on top of there being the schedule and all the social media links and all the descriptions of the campaigns and links to all the character sheets on D&D Beyond, we now also have an arts credit about section to our campaigns. Now, when we were talking about this is really important to us because, as is the nature of playing D&D online, one of the things that I really like to do to kind of build immersion and create a very nice environment for my players is I like to use art to evoke images and emotions for my players, whether that be with NPCs or with environment art. So on the RP screen right now, you'll see that there's some art like down there right beneath me. Any art that you see, whether it was on the charity stream, on any of the sessions, I've tried to go back and back catalog as much as I possibly can from the sessions, but it's still a work in progress. But if you go down to the art credits and you click on the, this link will take you to several Pinterest boards that have all the art with artist credits. That'll take you to anything we used in the charity stream, anything we use in the TikTok videos, and anything we use in any of the streams. Like I said, still a work in progress for getting all of the back catalog stuffed. But that's something we really want to do. That's really one thing that we want to start doing from now on is artists put a lot of hard work into their art, and we want to give them the proper credit for that. On that same vein down there, you can also find the Instagrams for the two players here, Gemma and River. Gemma is now, as of just a few days ago, the official artist of Roll with Advantage, and River is the official fan artist of Roll with Advantage. Very different jobs. Gemma makes serious art, and River makes really kind of ridiculous, fun fan art stuff. Both extremely important to me. Then also we have Andy Romanchek down there, who does all of the character portraits for the stream. So all of the character art that you see that's kind of lighting up, going back and forth, that was all done by him. And then finally, just two more things. One more big thing is the music. The official RWA composer, which did the intro music for the character introduction, like for each campaign, is Luca and Julia. Go and check them out on Facebook and Instagram. Any music used in stream is done by Monument Studios. If you are a Dungeon Master and you are streaming, I thoroughly recommend using their music. They have so much good music for a really, really nice price. I think it's like 8 gigs of music for like $30. It's a great deal, and it's all copyright free. You don't have to worry about any of that, getting your videos demonetized, anything like that. It's very nice. And then finally, last thing I promise is the intro music from Just Behind, or just previous before us for that very fucking sick, nasty intro right there. That is a copyright-free song by Toontank. The song is Rage Sound by Vortex. So that's in there as well. So that is all the credits and all the announcement stuff that I needed to do. And now what we can do is we can go from, oh, hey, thanks, Jamie, for the 9 months. What a cool guy. Ain't got shit on my stick figures. Hey, your drawing of Cyrus that one time that was just a head was very good. So don't down yourself. You're great. Okay, so with that, I'm going to go ahead and roll the intro, and then let's go ahead and get started. Ba-ba-bow. And we are back. So, let's go ahead and dive into tonight's episode of the Isles of Iverion. Session number 30, New Friends and Old Enemies. So, as is now new tradition here, I'd roll with advantage with all three of the campaigns. Instead of me doing the summaries at the very beginning, like I said before, the players are now doing the summaries. So, with that in our rotation, weekly, River, you are up first to do the summary. So, whenever you're ready, go ahead and take it away.
Okay, so, recently, the party have been having a lot of downtime and able to kind of do their own thing for a little bit and unwind after a lot of hectic trying to save Highland Pass. Last session, specifically, we dealt with the aftermath of Grok leaving. So Nalfian had to come and talk to the party, specifically Yuri and Din, who helped him break that news to Twig. Yuri also tried to explain to the group about some information she got from Bianca, who's from the Salamander Coast campaign, about time travel and future Nalfian, which broke a lot of people's brains, and we kind of decided we didn't really want to do the whole time travel thing because that hurts. From there, Din and Quilp decided that they were going to go and do some research, looking into a lot of different things we've learned, and then also looking into longer forms of communication so we can learn more about the time travel. Yuri just went and did her own thing, did some work, and Twig went with Nalfian to speak to somebody she'd been told to go and see, an Elias Harwood, who was apparently a drunk, but actually ended up giving Twig a lot of very important information about who her mother was, the Lady Forrester, a nobility, and Elias explained how Twig's home, pretty much, was attacked. Her mother had to flee. Elias tried to find her but couldn't, but now knowing that she is okay, has pledged himself to her to try and help her reclaim her title, pretty much. Going back from that, everyone kind of returning to the inn, Nalfian was stopped outside by his Shadow Nalfian, who wanted to talk, partly about all the future stuff, and then partly being a little bit of a bitch about Nalfian getting close to the party, and about their whole deal of Nalfian wasn't going to get close to anyone. It all getting very intense, Shadow Nalfian threatening to even hurt people. Leaving our actual Nalfian very upset, him even threatening to get rid of himself to stop Shadow Nalf. And that is pretty much where we left off right in that moment, as Nalfian was coming back into the inn after that encounter.
Yeah, okay, exactly. So that is where we're going to go ahead and pick up right there. So, Nalfian, you know what you just threatened, and the worst part is you don't know as you're walking away, trying to shield your mind in whatever way you can from the thoughts that your shadow, your echo, this thing that's supposed to help you, that's supposed to aid you in battle, that's supposed to build you up, not tear you down, is doing just that. Breaking you apart piece by piece, damn near torturing you, threatening what you care about, what you've grown to care about so much during this journey. You try and shield your mind. You don't know if he can read your thoughts, but at this point it wouldn't surprise you. And that moment, Nalfian, knowing what you just threatened to do, as you're entering the tavern, what are you thinking about?
His mind is very much racing with a number of possibilities. He's not really sure how to proceed from here. He's angry.
Yeah.
I mean, I think this is probably the angriest he's been. I mean, over the past few days, he has gone over like a roller coaster of emotions. He's gone from like the happiest he's been since he can remember to just being gut punched and hitting another low. And he's angry. I mean, like every muscle in his body is just tense, and I'm sure he still has like a bit of a cut on his neck that is probably bleeding. and he'll just absent-mindedly wipe that away. But he doesn't know the best course of action. So he's gonna like stay outside for a few minutes. He's not gonna go immediately right back in. Just trying to calm himself down so he doesn't again do something a little irrational.
As you are standing outside, Highland Pass has definitely started to pick up in intensity a little bit more. With the day-to-day activities, especially now in month 2, the part of the city that had been destroyed by the insectoids and by the undead that you and your allies had, saved the city from. This city is starting to come back to life, and it's starting to really bustle, and people are kind of coming in and out of the tavern, and by that small pond in the back that at once was frozen but was broken open that Grok and Amrin descended into just a few weeks ago, it would have been. As you're just sort of standing there, you sort of take a cloth out, something, just kind of wipe your throat. The bleeding doesn't start again, but you can just see that just kind of aimlessly wandering, there's this old halfling woman wearing like a bundle of furs, cloaks, this hood pulled over tight. You can see she's got these like very tiny glasses on, and she just kind of like walks around the corner and says, "Oh, well, excuse me, young man, might you be able to direct me? I'm looking for the Wise Lantern Inn. Might you know where that is?"
I feel like he was kind of just walking, and this woman's probably only comes up to his like waist, so he just kind of looks down.
Oh,
Yeah.
Hello.
Um.
Hi.
Yeah. What are you looking for?
Oh, it's a tavern or an inn. The Wise Lantern. Which Nalfian is where you're staying.
No, I know.
Okay.
He wasn't paying attention.
Okay,
His mind was elsewhere.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's right over. It's right around the corner. Do you need assistance?
Oh well, if you're offering, and she kind of like grabs your arm.
I suppose I am.
Oh well, thank you, and she kind of pats your hand.
He'll just very gently lead. Being a Boy Scout that he is, I guess, I will lead this woman back to the tavern.
Okay. Yeah. So, you do, and the entire way, it's only like, 45 seconds to a minute to the tavern. But it feels like she talks to you for about 4 hours.
Oh, God.
Yeah, she's just, I came all the way up from Dragon's Bay after taking a ship from Saltport, and, I just really think that it's very cold up here, and my old husband, my second husband, he said, and just like, that's the entire conversation.
Yeah, he's doing his best to just seem so interested, but his mind is very much elsewhere.
Yeah, exactly. So you kind of walk into the tavern, and you can see the sort of common room open, 4 different fires blazing all around the room, 1 in the center and then 2 off to the sides, a stage in the back that's currently empty, as it's, maybe midday right now, as we go ahead and hop to the inside of the tavern here. So, inside of the tavern there, as you are just kind of looking around, and you drop off the halfling woman. She says, "Oh, thank you," and she kind of walks up to the front counter and slips you a copper piece for being such a handy young man.
Where is everybody right now? Like, what time of day is it? Is it later in the evening or?
At about right now, it's later midday.
Okay.
Yeah, so it is. I think at this point, you guys would have finished your second month of downtime from the Harvest End Festival. So, month 1, month.
He just wants to make sure, like,
Okay,
Twig,
yeah.
whatever Twig is doing, she seems to be preoccupied, and like looking for Eurydice.
Yuri's probably just kind of walking around doing random tasks, like sweeping anything or cleaning tables, whatever.
Oh, yeah. Definitely doing her, like, sort of nightly.
Oh, she's working?
Yeah, she's currently working, yeah.
Okay. Knowing that, then, he's gonna send this little old lady on her way, and then immediately go up to Eurydice, just kind of looking around over his shoulder, and he's gonna say, "Can we talk, please?"
Yeah, sure. I was meant to take my break like 5 minutes ago anyway.
He's already taking you by the hand and leading you away.
And she looks a little bit surprised, but she just goes,
And I don't know if there's like a back room or something. Like, he doesn't want to go back outside, but just away from everybody else in the tavern.
Okay. Yeah, easy enough. And Eurydice, you would know sort of the ins and out of the area. You do know that there is one kind of common or like private common room here that currently nobody's in, and nobody's supposed to be in there till a couple days from now. So you can pull yourself in there for a little bit of privacy.
Okay. So as soon as we go into that room, he's just going to hug her. And it's weird because, like, it's a weird hug. Delphine is weird. He doesn't hug people like this often. And he's so much taller than her. So he's just, like, completely engulfing her into a hug. He's not saying anything, just walking into the room and hugging her.
okay. She like stands on her tiptoe so that she can be as comforting as possible because she's shorter than him, but she's just wrapping her arms around him and trying to comfort him, and she won't say anything immediately because she can tell that's not what he needs right then. But then after that, she'll go, "Are you okay?"
Yes and no. I'm gonna be brief about this. He like takes a deep breath and he's kind of like puts his hands just kind of resting casually on his like sword belt, and you can tell he's very lost in thought. This is a conversation that I had with Twig recently, and I won't go into all the details because I think at this point it's fairly obvious. You're to see I'm not a good person, you know that, everybody knows that. Done a lot of really shitty things, and I've hurt a lot of people. A lot of people. I didn't have a choice to do any of those things. Sure, there was a part of me at one point that maybe enjoyed it. But I'm not that man anymore. And I'm trying to make that very obvious to everyone here. But there's a part of me, my echo, that doesn't want to let that side of who I was go. So I'm asking you, if there ever comes a time where it approaches you, or Twig, or Quilp, or anybody and says anything, you ignore it, you don't listen to anything it says, and you find me immediately. Do you understand?
Yes, of course I understand that. But back to the other point, you can't say that you're a bad person and then admit that you're not that man anymore in the same sentence.
I'm trying. You're to see I'm trying. It's not easy.
I know. I know it's not easy. And you're doing well. What brought this on? You look upset, and does she notice the cut on his neck?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It is such a light sort of laceration, but that can only be from one thing. I mean, that's from a long blade. That's not like, cut myself shaving. You know, that's from a dagger.
No. Her eyes kind of flick down to it, and she looks at him. What did you do?
Nothing. I just had a very long conversation with myself. And he kind of gives a half smile. Don't worry about it. It's handled. I just wanted to... You see, the thing that you said about this Bianca person,
Mm-hmm.
I'm afraid of it being something. Somehow there's a connection between this future me that you talked about and this thing now. I don't know what it is, but I don't trust a word that he fucking says. And if there's a chance that I do something stupid or it does something without me being in control, I just need to make sure you and I are on the same page. That's not me.
Okay. I get that. I understand. I'm sorry that you're hurting, too.
I'm fine.
You're not. Seriously, you can try and say that to Twig, or Din, or Quilp, or you could try and say that to Grok, but you're not. And every time you say it, it just convinces me even more that you're not.
Yeah, well, I'm more worried that you all are safe. That is my priority. With Grok not being here, I'm not trying to worry about myself for once. Are you okay?
I'm not sure.
What does that mean?
Like, been finding out a lot of new things recently that I'm not too happy with. And I guess along a similar vein, if my uncle ever tries to approach you, don't talk to him. Really don't.
Kind of looking at you a little quizzically. Well, I'm gonna need a little bit more than that.
Well, I mean, you might have figured this out. He's not really my uncle. Really dumb kind of covered thing. Who you met back in Sandpoint that came to the villa, that was Asmodeus.
You see his eyes kind of go, uh-huh. Oh, just on a stroll that day, you know, hell got a little too hot.
No,
Right.
he came to give me something.
Hmm.
Yeah. She starts looking a little more upset as she's kind of thinking about all of these things. And he keeps coming to me and saying and talking and telling me things, and oh god, I'm so sick of it. Before I used to thank him when he'd leave, and now I just want him to not talk to me again. The only reason I didn't blow up at him when I saw him a couple weeks ago was because I was asking him to take care of Geldervin, to make sure she was safe.
What is it he wants from you?
God,
I guess telling him to fuck off isn't good enough, huh?
no, he just tells me I'm having a rebellious teenage phase. When I do, I'm not. I just. Asmodeus day, he so many layers to it. Nothing. He wants me to take over from him.
I'm sorry. What?
I just thought I made a deal with him one day to get out of a situation, and then it goes way further than that. He made a deal with my mother or something, and then he created me with the purpose of one day I would take over from him. And then he got me to agree to that. I don't know if I wanted that. He made it sound like it was this thing of not evil versus good, it was law versus chaos, but it's not. I don't want that. And I don't want to rule the Nine Hells. He didn't tell me he was Asmodeus until after I agreed.
You can see, like, his... the expression on his face has gone from confusion to... Huh? Back to confusion a few times. He just kind of shifts for a second. You're gonna say, you don't have to do anything you don't want to do. Sure, he's who he is, right? But it seems to me that you still have free will over what you do and what you say. You're still here. You don't need to listen to what he has to say. Make your own choices. And I must say, I don't think ruling hell fits you. I much prefer you here.
I definitely prefer it here too. I've visited hell. It's not nice.
Vacation.
Yeah. It's not great. I don't like it very much. When I made the deal, he said there would be times where I didn't want this anymore, but that he wasn't going to let me back out of it. It's binding, I think. And he created me. I only exist because he let me exist.
You're ready to say I refuse to believe that. You are here because of the actions you've done. When I asked you to be strong yesterday, it's not just for Twig, it's for you. You gotta be strong for you. Don't let him take over your life. We'll figure it out. However the hell we deal with a demon devil, we'll figure it out. But you can't let it control you. And as he says it, he kind of realizes what he's saying is very much a hypocritical thing to say, but...
She's noticed that too.
Yeah, he almost cringes as he says it.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna figure this shit out. One way or another. And he's gonna, like, pull her in for another hug. And just kind of, like, rest his head on her head because he's tall enough to do
She's
that.
small. Yeah. She just kind of hugs him very tightly and kind of mumbles, half mumbles a little bit because she's a bit engulfed. Yeah, we'll figure all of it out. And your stuff too. Okay, it's gonna be okay. We're gonna decide who we are.
He's just gonna smile and He can still very much feel the laceration at his neck, but he's not going to say anything.
Okay. Eventually she's gonna kind of pull away from the hug. And then, she was like, she was like maybe about to cry a little bit. But she kind of doesn't, and then just goes, okay, I'm not sure where Twig is. How did that trip go, by the way, with, going out seeing...
I think you should let the princess tell you all about it.
Excuse me?
She's not a princess, she's a lady.
She's Nelfian's little princess. Okay, shut the fuck up. So Nelfian's just gonna kind of like wink when he says that and lead Eurydice back out into the tavern to see where Twig is.
Okay. Nalfian, as you begin to make your way out of the room, following right behind Eurydice back into the common room, you do hear something. What almost sounds like a sort of cup fall off of a table onto the ground. And as you turn around, you see Shadow Nalfian standing there. And he only says one thing to you. You lost. And then in that, a wisp of shadows disappears. You sort of blink. The cup is back on the table. It never fell. Eurydice, you kind of notice Nalfian. Well, Nalfian, do you stop or do you just keep moving like nothing happened?
He would have stopped and like gripped his sword, but as soon as it's gone, he's just gonna swallow it down and turn back around.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. So Eurydice, you notice him kind of like misstep for a hot second, but it's up to you if you want to say anything or just kind of move on.
She looks back and she just kind of gives his hand a squeeze.
Aww.
You good?
Yeah. Let's find the little princess and she'll explain everything.
Okay.
And he'll just kind of give her a little squeeze back and a half smile and try to find Twig.
Okay. So with that, the two of you make your way out of the out of that small common room. I don't know why you hate me. All I'm doing is telling a story. Okay, so the two of you make your way out of a common room back into the warmth of the fireplace. The patrons of the inn, especially right now around 3-4 o'clock in the afternoon, clinking their glasses together, really starting to have a good time for those who have sort of gotten off work early. And in this moment, I am curious where Twig is at. So this is when you would have gotten back right after all of the Elias stuff.
Yeah, I mean, probably when like Twig was entering the tavern whilst Nauf was having a little confrontation with Shadow Nauf, Twig would have seen that, Eurydice is working, probably had like a quick little hello to her, but after that just went to find where Din and I presume Quilp were. And she would have just started, I guess, updating them on what happened.
Oh, yeah. So you can see that they went to the library. They brought some books with them, so that way they could do it in sort of the comfort of the room as they're just sort of sitting around trying to read through books about the Underdark and Drow and anything they can find in this Breaker of Chains. And you can see that Din, as you're telling him, he is just like, his face is aglow. And, he just sort of nods and he says, I had to do a lot of studying and research when I was a lot younger about houses. And, Forrester's a good fit. Seems like a good one for you. And Quilp will kind of go like, oh yeah.
Your Quilp impression.
I'm trying
So
to
good.
see. I've had more time. I need to see what I need to do is need to go. Oh well, master. No, nope. I can't. Nope. He'll just kind of go. Oh wow, that's oh that's really great. I really
He's Irish.
I guess so. It's what's more important is the cadence, you know. I'm so happy for you. He's happy for you. Kid'll say what Quilp was saying when he gets back.
Oh, I'm screaming. That was
Yep.
perfect.
Oh god. Anyway, with that, sort of up in the common room, or the room that Quilp, Din, and Nalfian are currently sharing. You're just kind of up there helping them, like telling them and talking through everything. As you're in your room. Bow, bow, bow. Just going through everything. So, with that, the people who are in the room can see that Eurydice and Nalfian enter the room. And
Nalfian's gonna go over to Twig and he's gonna like take a knee. And he's gonna say, "My lady, Eurydice would love to speak to you. If you have a moment of your precious time to spare." He's obviously joking with
Nalfian's
her.
neck still bleeding.
Aw, baby.
Yeah,
I don't know. Is it Joe? He's
not
trying to-
anymore. Not anymore.
Okay. Whew.
Okay. Is there still like the gash there?
It looks it's starting to heal already, as it's just, you know, was just a slight cut. I'd say at this point you can it's maybe irritated. It's just like some irritation across his neck.
Right.
Nothing, you don't need to do that. But sure, I can talk.
He just kind of gives her a smile. All right, my bad. Just trying to break the ice with this news. And he'll look over to Eurydice and back to Twig. We learned a great deal.
Well, I guess, when we went to Elias, I was worried at first that he was just some drunk, I guess. But he told me what happened at Husband's Hollow and about everything, and I think he's a bit of mine now. And well, that it's still, I guess, possible for the house to be rebuilt, to be able to raise that banner again, and that his daughter Isabella, who, well, when Din and I contacted my mom, she's who I was meant to go see in the first place, and so I guess that she's meant to help with that. And so I guess now I need to find a way to get down to Trevisay. And I feel like we should still have time, right?
Yeah, no, that definitely sounds like, even if we didn't, that's something to make time for. That's great, Twig. You can save your house, and you have a steward now?
Yeah.
Huh. Am I meant to call you Lady Twig now? I've been debating whether I should call Din Lord Barthold already, or Lord Brandon.
Well, I'm not a lord yet. So just Din's fine for now.
And I
Right.
would rather just keep it as Twig.
Okay. Well, that's great. It's great news. I'm very happy for you, Twig. Well done for going, too.
Yeah.
And I feel like it'd be obvious that there's, like, you know, still that level of just confused uncertainty.
Mm.
Like, she's trying to mask it, but I don't think she'd be doing that well.
Nalfin will, like, give her a squeeze on the shoulder. It was quite a bit for one day. But it is exciting. And we will have plenty of time to get down there.
You know, actually, I just had a thought, and Din kind of like leans forward with a smile on his face, and he says, Twig, if you're a lady, and at that, the lady of a major house, well, typically a lady has a knight to defend her. Now, sadly, I can't do that because, well, one day I'm going to be Lord Bartold and I'm the last of the line. But, you know, I think, and his head slowly starts to turn towards Nalfian. I think if one person in this room would be okay with being Sir or Knight. What do you say, Nalfian?
Well, you know, I have
Sir
often been
Nalfian
told
Bainir?
I am
I think
rather
that sounds
ravishing.
great. Sir Nalfian.
Nalfian is drinking this up. I mean, I wouldn't be against it. Twig, as long as that's something you would want.
Well, I mean, I don't know how to knight you. I feel like there has to be some form of ceremony over that. Although
Well.
I guess I'm not sure. Elias seemed to just do his oath thing.
Well, stewards and knights are two
very
different
quickly.
things. Stewards are obliged to serve their lady or their lord. Knights do great deeds. They promise to be protectors of those people because they want to, not because of any obligation. And, well, when I was 17, before I left, I did have to go through the rites. I did have to knight a few people in the name of King Kjaldarson IV. So I know the words, and Twig, if you want to, I can walk you through how to do it. And, you know, of course, be wary though, you will have to deal with a Nalfian that will continue to call himself Sir Bainir or Sir Nalfian. So, I don't know if you want that, but if you do, I think he might be okay with it.
Well, then I guess it depends if you want it, Nalfian. Because I mean, I know you already promised Aunt Beth to look after me, but this isn't something you have to do.
He just kind of smiles for a second. Well, Twig, I didn't have to do half of the things that I've done along this little journey here. I've done them because I want to. I want to do this. As long as you want me to do this. Because I do. I mean, look at me. I was born to be a knight. And he kind of like smiles really big and flashy.
Twig's eyes are also just gonna kind of, I guess, like, you know, as Nalfian's doing the whole like look at me kind of thing. Her eyes will kind of wander to, I guess, the hilt of his blade with the little black rose on it, and just kind of obviously looking at it.
And well, I guess if the last protector of Lady Forrester had a connection to roses, it only seems appropriate. But I guess you have the same.
That kind of takes him back a moment. And he follows your line of sight to where his sword is and very carefully unsheath it and hand it to you.
All right. Last thing we need to do here. And Din's going to pull out some candles, and he's going to light 7 candles and just kind of set them around Nalfian in like a half circle. Usually it's done with a little bit more pomp and circumstance, but that's all right. This is an intimate knighting between friends. Okay, so Nalfian, kneel before your lady.
He took a moment when he gave the sword to Twig. He's kind of like, as she takes it, holding onto it at the same time as she's holding onto it. And like the briefest moment of sadness, but very happy also. And he'll let go. And as quick as that came, that shit-eating grin is back on his face, and he does take a knee.
Okay. All right, sounds good. So you take a knee facing towards Twig, and then Twig, sort of the rapier in your hand. Din kind of kneels down next to you, and he says, all right, just breathe. This is very easy. All you're going to do is repeat after me, okay?
Okay. She's kind of like holding the rapier a little bit awkwardly. She's not a sword person.
Don't cut my head off, all right? And he'll just wink at her.
Oh, it's not that sharp, is it?
He gives you a look. As in, it is very fucking sharp.
All right. So, with that, he kneels down next to you, and he says, all right, so what you're going to do is you're going to set the sword down on his left shoulder.
She's just gonna be like following everything he says.
Okay.
Very deliberately, very purposefully.
All right. And then after each sentence, you're going to change shoulder, okay?
Okay.
All right. Now, all you need to do is repeat after me, okay?
Still just like nodding in her head.
Okay. In the name of the storm, I charge you to be brave.
In the name of this storm, I charge you to be brave.
Change shoulder. There you go. In the name of the crafter, I charge you to be just.
In the name of the crafter, I charge you to be just.
Back to the other shoulder. Yep, very good. In the name of the light, I charge you to defend the innocent.
In the name of the light, I charge you to defend the innocent.
Now don't move in after this next one. Perfect where it is. In the name of King Kjaldarson IV,
In the name of King Kjaldarson IV,
under the banner of House Forrester,
under the banner of House Forrester,
arise, Sir Nalfian Baynir,
arise, Sir Nalfian Baynir,
a knight,
Just like a little grin just like goes across her face as she's saying that last bit.
a knight of Iverion and defender of the realms of humankind.
a knight of Iverion, and defender of humankind.
Now, when he stands, hand the sword back to him.
Okay.
Nalfian will stand.
All right, now Nalfian,
Hand back his rapier.
bow and say it is an honor to serve you, my Lady Forrester.
He'll take his sword back and he will bow. It is an honor to serve you, my Lady Forrester. And he'll like look over to Eurydice and wink and be like, how does it feel to hold hands with a knight?
That's Den laughing, by the way.
They
Magical.
also just like hug now.
Yuri
yeah,
makes little
Twig will-
fireworks.
Oh, wow.
hell yeah.
Well, this is the best knighting ceremony I've ever been to, that's for sure.
Oh man, mercenary by morning, night by day. Great.
Or mercenary by day and knight by night.
Hey, Din. Quite the jokester you are.
No, you know, you find a little bit every day.
Thank you, Twig. We'll kind of like ruffle her hair.
And even though it's still in the
Don't worry,
nice
I'll fix it
little
later.
tray that Nalfian did.
Yeah,
No, it's been
Ruin
it's
your
been
own
like a
work.
month, you know. Like,
she never took it out. I love that.
Well,
Too
that's
funny.
the same day, yeah? Like, they
Not
just
as-
saw Elias this morning, right?
Oh, yeah, they did
Elias.
see Elias.
Okay, sorry. I thought
They
you did that
Yeah.
for the festival. Sorry, my bad.
No, I
No,
did it
no.
for Elias, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay. So, with that, the knighting finishes, and Nalfian, you arise. Sir Nalfian Baynair, a knight of Iverion and defender of the realms of humankind.
Yo, that's weird.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
I mean, he's grinning ear to ear, but something about this he just feels so wrong about.
Yep. In the name of the light, I charge you to defend the innocent.
Oof.
All right, Nalfian. Let's see if you can live up to that oath. So, what does that mean? Is that foreboding? I don't know. You tell me. So, so with that, I'm assuming then the next thing that all of you are going to do together, and we'll get to what Quilt finds out about the Breaker of Chains when Kit's back next week. But the question is, I'm assuming the next thing you guys are doing together is traveling down to Traversée.
What big good one.
Okay.
Yeah.
But before they do, like, she would want to see Elias again, just to, like, you know, say that they are going. And I guess just in case is like, cause can he travel like freely in Tokyo?
Yeah, and Tarkir freely, yeah. He just is he's a man who loves his country, and so he wants to stay as close to Iverion as he can.
Right. Well, she mentioned that they are going down there, and I guess like offer if he, like, I guess, wants to go see his daughter, or if not, like pass on any messages or anything like that.
Well, my lady, if you would have me join you on this journey, it would be my greatest honor to accompany you.
And you can see that, you know, he's very old. He is, you know, he doesn't necessarily struggle to get up and around the house, but you can tell he wants to come with you, but traveling that long of distance over that much time might not be best for him. But he still, should you have him, he is very emphatic about, I want to come. I do.
Well, I mean, only if you're okay to do it.
Yeah, well, of course, my lady, I am the spitting image of health, I am.
He kind of stands and he does like kind of loses footing a little bit and then kind of picks up a cane that he has and sort of balances himself on it.
See, just need a third leg to get around.
Well, I'm not. Are you sure you're okay?
Joe, does
I
it look
don't
like this
want
man's
you
gonna
going
walk
if you
far?
can't.
He'll need to spend most of his time in the cart or on horseback.
Okay.
And he might need help
not
getting
his
up and down off the horse.
Okay. Now he's just gonna let Twig decide here.
My lady, it is your choice. If you think I am unfit to travel, I promise you I will see no ill will in that. Just a lady who cares for her people's health. But should my lady wish for me to come, I will make it my greatest honor to serve you.
I wish for you to not push yourself too hard. And if that means staying here, then that's what I want.
Very well, my lady. I shall stay in Highland Pass. And I can work while I'm here, drafting up declarations. On the chance you would wish to re-raise the banners of Forrester, there may be those who come to your aid to take back the Hollow. But a well-written letter goes a long way. Well, good.
Oh, but I feel like I should also update you.
Just looking at Nalf.
You're now in the presence of Sir Nalfian Baynair.
And he kind of smiles and gives a very, like, grandpa chuckle.
Oh, well, it is an honor and a pleasure, Sir Nalfian Baynir.
And he kind of gives you a handshake. And for as old as he is, he still has a good, strong handshake. And kind of nods and says,
Well,
Yeah.
then I
doubtful.
feel much better
ahead.
about not accompanying you, my lady, should you have a brave and strong knight such as this one with you. You are in good hands,
Hey,
then, it seems.
all in a day's work.
Well.
You shouldn't have made Nalf a knight. He's loving it too much.
But also, since I presume, like, you know, they can, like, see into his little house, has he, like, you know, cleaned up a little
oh,
bit?
yeah, he has. This has been,
Okay.
had you not been there, he probably would have died within the fortnight, just from...
Oh, shit!
Yeah, I mean, he was so depressed and so down and so drinking so much that he was going to drink himself to death. But there are no bottles. All of the bottles that were in here are gone. Things are more orderly. Things are actually dusted in here. There are candles lit all amongst the area as opposed to just one dull fire pit.
Yeah, well, I'm glad he's, like, you know, turned himself around.
Yeah, he's picking his life back up. This is what he needed. He needed something to inspire him to keep going, and Twig is it. Twig is the thing to inspire him to keep going. He just, before you guys leave, he says,
Oh, that reminds me, if he,
and kind of picks up the cane and kind of taps Dalfian on the shoulder.
is to be your knight, should you re-raise the banner and claim your true birthright, he'll have to, as dashing as the black is on him, and the red cloak, might need a bit of a change of appearance as is customary for cloaks of...
And you see him kind of like, definitely starting to get a little short of breath, having stand up and been walking for as long as he has been.
Cloaks of a deep forest green, trimmed with black, for those who are loyal knights to the lady or lord of Forrester. Yeah. You know what?
And he kind of taps his cane on the ground.
That can be a chore while you are away. I'll there's a tailor in town. I'll have something made up. Just in case.
Oh, well, don't trouble yourself too much here. And Nalfian will, like, hand him, like, 10 gold pieces.
Oh, the finest silk, then, I see.
I mean, if I'm gonna be a knight, I'm gonna look the part. And he'll, like, smile and hand him the gold.
Well, the bravado is there, but you still have a lot left to learn, young man. There's much more to being a knight than bravado.
Nalfian was gonna make a joke. He, like, opened his mouth to say something and looked down to see Twig and not say the joke he was gonna say. But he will wink at Eurydice to make the point across. Y'all made him a knight. What do you expect? Continue. Sorry.
15-year-old. Bloody keep yourself in check.
There was
Flirting.
one other thing I just wanted to. The other day, can you see auras? You mentioned Nelevia.
Yes, I did, my lady. You see, there is, any servant, those of House Harwood, and those who sit on the throne of House Forrester, there is a ceremony, similar to a baptism one might have under the name of the Seven. It creates a connection for them to the Feywild, and to see those spirits that protect those forest realms. You see, it's should he want to appear himself to me, and it seems as though that hasn't been necessary for the past 15 years until you were in my home, but he showed himself to me. And, well, he made me see things a little more clearly, so I may better serve my lady. And
So he can just choose who he's showing himself then, too?
to those who were baptized in the pools of House Forrester, yes. Sadly, my lady, your baptism was supposed to happen just a few days after the attack, so...
I've seen him. I mean, twice, really. Back in Raven Rock.
Twice in Raven Rock.
And, I mean, Eurydice could see him too, so it wasn't like it was... I don't know, any form of illusion?
That is very peculiar.
And just to double check, you had told him about the grave, right?
Yeah.
It is no secret that Olivia and your mother were very fond of each other. Perhaps upon her death, he was tied there and couldn't venture away. The Feywild is an odd place, full of strange magics, and very little of it is based in logic. Most is based in feelings and emotion. But you are special. That is true. If he were to show himself to you, he must have seen something in you that he believed that you would be willing and worthy to reclaim that crown, even after being nowhere near it for 15 years.
Even if it was him wanting me to see him, why would Eurydice?
Well,
I mean, I don't even think that he knew that she was around.
whenever
Yeah, kind of stood hidden.
whenever Naluvia was around your mother, all could see him as well. But those and myself, whenever I was by myself and he needed to speak with me, if there were a room full of people, I couldn't see him. He would only ever show himself to all when he was around Lady Forrester. So, I suppose then that means that connection is stronger. It allows him to choose to be seen by all. Step more firmly out of the Feywild.
Right.
Of course, that is... I tried to read and study on the Feywild, but, your mother was much more studious in that realm than I was. I didn't understand very much about it, if I'm being entirely honest.
Well, I thank you for your help anyways.
Yes. He kind of sits down on a chair next to the fire and says,
Yes, I'm happy to help. I wish I knew more. I could give you more concrete answers. I'm happy, though. And I've said this before, and I just need you to know it to be true, my lady, but I am so thankful that you have come and found me. And that even doing what you do now, to find my daughter and talk with her, it gives me so much hope. And it makes me the happiest I've been in a very, very long time. So thank you, my Lady Forrester. You bring joy to this old man's heart.
Go hug him.
Oh, you're so much bigger now than what you were all those years ago.
and it is a very, very frail hug.
Yeah, she'd be gentle as well.
Yeah. And he kind of pats you on the shoulder, and as you pull away, just both of his hands on your shoulders, and says,
Should you choose, and regardless from what you decide to do in these coming weeks, days, months, and years, you must understand your mother would be very proud of you. Very proud.
and he'll kind of clasp your cheek and tap it lightly. And kind of lean back into the chair.
That's just so cold.
And he scoots a little bit closer to the fire. And unless the two of you have anything else you'd like to say, he's done talking.
I feel like that was all.
Okay. So, you all
Going on a road trip?
go on a road trip. Hell yeah. That you do. You leave
Did Mom pack sandwiches?
I did.
Good job.
Well, did you pack sandwiches or wraps? There's a important
Ooh.
distinction between what type of mom you are. Are you a sandwich mom or a wrap mom?
Okay, you need to have like wraps for like the first day, and then but like you can't keep wrap. There's gotta be sandwiches. Sandwiches are more like Scotch, so there are gonna be some sandwiches, but there are also
Okay.
some wraps. Okay, I also packed like fruit snacks and like a couple of flapjacks. It's
Aw,
fine.
Mom spoils us. She spoils us.
Some dried
Also, would
fruit.
you want to have the sandwiches like first, then, or like squished or like soggy if there's like tomato or shit in there?
These are the
Who puts
types of.
tomato in a sandwich? Huh? Who puts tomato in a sandwich? What the fuck?
Oh, I do.
A lot of people.
Yeah, it's like you're the weird one here.
There's like
I
a whole
hate
thing called a
tomatoes.
BLT. I don't know.
Yeah.
if you've heard of it, but it's a very,
Yuri,
it's a
Yuri
very
would have gone
popular
around.
sandwich option.
Yuri would have gone around, figured out what sandwich everyone likes, woke up early, gone down, made the
Oh my
sandwiches.
god.
It's all.
Hell yeah.
It's okay.
Got little knapsacks for everybody as we're heading out the door. I love it.
Perfect.
Just handing out sweets every now and again.
Oh my god.
Sorry, Joe.
Amazing.
Go on.
No, you're good. You're
Sorry.
good. You're good. Yeah, so all of you then begin to make your way from Highland Pass into the lowlands and then to Traversy, Heroes Crossing. Now, it does take you about a week and a half of travel, so that means you'll be gone for a week and a half. It'll take a week and a half to travel back, and then at that point, you'll have about one more week left of downtime when we get back. But thing is, it is winter right now. It is at this point, you would have left the next morning, so that means it is the 18th of Frostwind. So you're looking at the 18th of January right there. So it is very, very, very cold. And by the time you get there, a week and a half, you're looking at the 28th of Frostwind. So you're almost to February. So 28th of Frostwind is when you arrive in Traversy. So you travel through the lowlands, which the lowlands, once you get out of the mountainous regions of Highland Pass, the lowlands are, during the summertime and spring and even the fall, it is this rolling green country that is just full of rivers and streams and small scatterings of forest, along with, there's really no hills per se, but there are these large sort of rocky outcroppings that just sort of shoot up out of the ground in these random angles. You can see that all amongst the lowlands there are farms, cattle farms, horse ranches, cattle ranches, like all of these different farms spread out all over the lowlands. And you can see that there are currently different animals just sort of grazing on a much more calm winter day, these sort of thick bundles of sheep and fur, all of these different horses just trotting through the snow. This is generally what it looks like. Just keep in mind, like I said, everything is covered in snow right now. Nothing is as green as this image. But it is a beautiful countryside. Truly, jaw-dropping. Even in icy, cold snows, as much as you don't want to look up and let the wind hit your face, every once in a while you have to, just as these long, low rolling hills and all of the animals that are just sort of almost free roaming in these huge ranches. You can just see them just living their best life as the animals that they are. Yeah, the little sheep thingos. They're a little funky looking, but they're doing their best.
I look like Upload.
Yeah, they do.
They do.
Yeah, they do kind of look like the flying bison. Here, let me zoom in on the stream so that way they can
I
understand.
freaking love them. They
Look at these
like
guys.
marshmallows.
We have one.
Can we just take one?
Can we like steal one of these?
It's ours now. This is the dog
Sky
you've always
bison
wanted,
sheep.
River.
Do you want to? You can go and buy one if you'd like. Put it.
Can we buy one of the sheep?
Yeah, if you want
This
to.
is a terrible idea. Twig's already carrying around this massive ass owlbear.
Okay, but
You
wait,
didn't leave that in the
put it down.
tavern?
Okay, but listen.
She would have,
okay.
she would have.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
you know, just like in future.
Yeah, if you want, you can buy a sheep. You guys have a cart.
We have a fucking cat. Can we get the sheep?
Yeah, sure, if you want.
God.
But now has 2,000 gold right now. How much they sheep?
What are we gonna do with a sheep?
Okay. Well, that's not the point. You guys are buying one. So all of you kind of wheel the wagon off to the side, and Din is like, I don't know if this is a good idea. And all of you are like, shut up, Din. We're buying a sheep. And you sort of make your way up to the cottage where you can see the fencing that's keeping the sheep in sort of meets this central cottage. Who's approaching? Who's going up to the door to buy a sheep?
Nothing is Mr.
I'm
Money
laughing too much. I
Oh,
can't.
God damn it. Okay. Nelphian's gonna walk up.
Okay, Nalfian, you walk up. You can see that there is a door knocker, but the wood itself is made of the door itself is made of wood. So I mean, you could just knock with your hand or use the knocker. It's up to you.
He'll knock with his hand.
Okay, all right. So you
Is everyone else with me, or did everyone just kind of stay in the car and they're just watching Nelphian like a door-to-door salesman from a distance?
We come with you. I feel like
Twig will
at
be there.
least. Yeah, we come with you.
Okay,
We're just not
okay.
walking.
Okay.
I'm gonna pick out the cutest sheep, you know.
okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Nelphian's knocking then.
Okay, so you knock, and you can see opening the door. The door opens, and there's nobody there when the door opens. But then you look down, and you can see this dwarf man, white beard and hair, like as white as the sheep outside, as white as the snow, wrinkly face, probably dwarf, maybe 150, 200, maybe 250 years old. He's up there,
Oh God.
and he just sort of looks at you, looks you up and down, and he says, "What do you want?"
Good afternoon, friend.
Huh?
Good afternoon, friend.
Ah, yes. Good afternoon. What can I help
Yes,
you with, young man?
Yes. Oh well, yeah. So my friend. Fucking God. All right. My friends here and I noticed you have a very nice variety of sheep. And
Aye?
would you be willing to part with one?
Yeah, it's what I do. I sell the sheep, and I sell what I harvest from them. Buying a sheep's more expensive than just harvesting them. Buying the wool
And what would your sheep usually go for?
depends how big.
Alfian turns and looks to Twig and Eurydice. Yeah,
It's like gesturing for a small one.
okay.
Which one's the biggest, fluffiest?
Kayla's for this idea, but Nalfia's like pinching the bridge of his nose.
I'm kidding. We get a small one.
Little
Well,
sheep.
Nalfia's gonna like use his hands and kind of imitate what Twig and Eurydice were doing with like, a
Oh.
small sheep.
Oh, baby. All right. Yeah. Come on in. Come on in. We'll get you the right one you want.
All right. We appreciate that.
No, of course, of course.
No.
Is everybody coming in?
Oh yeah,
It's
and
not-
Quick is
it's a
casting
joke, I don't think
speak
it's a
with
joke anymore.
animals.
Are we
to
kidding
just
about-
make it's not a joke anymore. This is happening.
River, it's been
Quick's
said
gonna
out
cast
loud.
speak
We
with
have to commit.
animals. Cast speak with animals, and she's just like, she doesn't want to get a sheep. That's a dick, you know. Like, just a vibe check up essentially. Have sheep interviews.
Okay. Yeah, most sheep are pretty lazy. So you talk to a lot of them. They're all just kind of vibing, you know. Like there's like 10 or 12 that are kind of like busheled up together, you know. It gets cold outside, but you know, they're also covered in wool. And you talk to one large one. You're not getting a large one, but he was kind of looking at you a lot as you were like talking to the other sheep. And you approach and you find the super large one, probably the largest sheep here. His name is Fluffernutter.
Oh my god.
And Fluffernutter, he's huge. Like he's probably the size of like a small bear. A monster of a sheep. And he says, well, you know, I've never thought of leaving before, but, well. And, like, by the way, for the rest of you that can't hear it, this sheep, when it goes, bah, instead of going, bah, it goes, bah. It's like an octave lower. And it's
Wow.
just kind of like, but I mean, if you'd be willing to take me, I'd be more than happy to go on a bit of an adventure. So that's one of the two. Oh, you're gonna respond to
here.
Fluffernutter. Okay.
I'm not. Nalfi's gonna just like seeing Twig talking to this one and seeing how big it is. He's just gonna kind of lean down and say, perhaps maybe one a little bit more size efficient. And kind of like gestures with his hands, like,
Well, I mean, he seems to be willing to go on an adventure.
right, which is, you know, very important. But
Didn't you say you wanted a small one? That one's the biggest one there.
maybe talk to a few more before making your decision.
Okay.
All right. It's best to get to know everyone, you know. Now if it's gonna like nudge her along to a different one that's not this big.
So you can see sort of on the opposite end of the spectrum of Fluffernutter, as there is a sheep that seems to be a little bit more like underdeveloped, very, very young, but also very small. You almost didn't catch it in the sort of mounds of snow, as it's just sort of running around trying to keep up with the other ones. It's maybe the size of like a small dog, you know, a little bit bigger than a Chihuahua or something like that. But it's definitely very small for a sheep. And as you approach a twig and you begin to ask its questions, it says, my name's Lala. It's good to meet you.
Twig's just feeling immediate kinship with this little runt of a sheep.
Well,
If
would you be willing to come with us?
where are you going?
Oh, well, currently to Chevasay. I don't know if you know what that is, but
The sheep just has wide eyes and shaking its head, just like, what is that?
Well, we'd be going to all kinds of places.
Will there be grass?
I mean, in most places there should be.
I'd love to go. You seem nice.
Well, I think you seem nice too.
Thank you. Bye.
Now's just gonna fucking Twig is gonna look at Nav with just the look of approval.
Nalf is like in the corner, like laughing with Eurydice, and then he'll just kind of turn and he'll just, is that the one?
Twig's just nodding his head.
All right. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't catch your name. Kind of looking for the dwarven guy.
Huh?
Your name, friend.
Your name? What is your name?
Fuck. All right. Look, we want this one. How much?
Oh, Lala. What do you say? Typically, the normal ones are about 2 gold. 1 gold for Lala. She's a little bit smaller.
Nelfin will hand him 2 gold pieces.
Oh, well, you know, if you're willing to throw money away, I got a bridge I think I want to sell you. Bites into the gold. Tests it. Yep, tastes like gold. He's gonna tuck the coins into his satchel.
Does it come with food or anything? Should we worry about that?
Every night let it graze, it'll feed itself. Walks back into his house.
I don't think I can give him sandwiches.
Nelfin's gonna look at you to see just fucking laugh. That's fucking stupid.
I mean, Lala, would you eat sandwiches? Do you know what a sandwich is?
I'll eat anything.
Lala's fine with it.
Yeah, I just won't give him any of the ones with meat in it.
That's probably for the best.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, everyone. Back to the cart. And
Okay.
Twig, just make sure you take care of him. All right.
I will.
Big responsibility. Having a pet.
Twig, as you're holding Lala and now says, take care of him, Lala kind of snorts. I'm a girl.
Oh, Lala's also a girl.
Well, like Eurydice said, it's a lot of responsibility to have a pet. Girl pets, too. So, do that. Nubbs doesn't know how to do this. And he just kind of like pats Eurydice on the shoulder, like, we're a good team. But mostly you. All right.
Yeah. Let's go.
Let's get back to the wagon. I don't know what just happened here.
I think someone made a joke and we fucking bought a sheep.
I could just see Twig like skipping down the road with the sheep in her hands as we get back into the cart, like the happiest little girl.
Full on, like, Mary has a little lamb.
Yeah, by the way, the vendor's name, as you're sort of walking out the gate, you can see that there's a small sign hanging from his door that Nalfian you didn't catch earlier that says Kang's Cottage, and Kang is with a K, like kangaroo.
I'm
gonna infer that his name is Kang. Yeah.
It's important.
Okay. Very interesting
Kang.
name. All right. Noted. All right, we're back in the wagon now. Back to our traveling.
So as you're traveling along, you can see that there's also a corral full of cows.
No, Joe, we're done buying animals.
Hell yeah, we're gonna be fucking McDonald's over here.
Old McDonald. Young Lady Forrester had a farm.
No, we're done.
E-I-E-I-O. Oh my god.
Make it
Ridiculous.
happen,
Yeah, I'm slacking. I need to I need to upgrade my my everything here. Okay, so you all continue on your way to Traverse, the sort of central point of the nation of Tarkir, right? As you're sort of you've changed borders now. You're for the first time in a long time. Well, the first time for all of you except for Nalfian. Because we had talked that you'd been a few other places except for Iverion. All of the rest of you, this is your first time crossing the border and really making your way into a new kingdom. And one of the things that's interesting, as the closer and closer you get to civilization, you can see, especially to Vitronet, the more you can see signs of like idolatry, where like maybe on somebody's fence post in front of their house, the two main posts are much taller, creating this almost like doorway-like frame into the yard that seems to be carved. And it seems to be carved into a woman's face and body that seems to be holding what looks to be
the foxglove flower in her hand. So foxgloves are more like tubular, and typically like a light purple or lilac. So you can see that, and you start to see that more and more and more often, as eventually you get there, riding on your wagon, still snowing, still cold, still winter. Eventually you arrive in the city of Travasse, which looks a lot like this, just a lot of snow. It is a very, very adorable little cottage town, and you can see that as soon as you enter, there is a small sign as soon as you're beginning to make your way into sort of the city proper, that is Traverse. And typically, at least from your readings, you would know that Traverse is typically considered the heroes crossing, because there are so many heroes guilds or mercenary guilds that sort of work with people to hire, to distribute, all of these different adventurer types all around Turkir. But that name is not there. Instead, it is the City of the Green Lady. And you see that is written below. You make your way into town, and you can see that people sort of greet you very friendly, giving you all smiles, big toothy grins. The sort of very short, squat stone wall that surrounds the city proper is easy enough for you to get through. There's no checking at the gate or anything. You're just able to pass in. And you begin your search for Isabella Harwood. Now, might I ask who is leading this search?
I mean, Nalfian would definitely be like talking to people first. I mean, I don't think he's been here before, right? Like, he's been around and through places, but he's never really like took root in this place.
No, you probably spent a lot of time in like Verdalka, the capital of Tarkir, but never here.
Okay, yeah, I mean, he'll lead the way.
Okay, yeah.
Does Din know this area?
No, Den's never been here either. Because he never left home until he was 18.
Or the vibe?
No, he does. As you guys are riding in, he does say, just so all of you are aware, I don't know how much you know about Tarkir, but they're a very honorable people. So much so, it is a little ridiculous sometimes. They are all about honor and chivalry and justice and righteousness. Very religious, very clean-nosed.
Eurydice, would you like to help lead this?
I was going to recommend that. No offense. You are a knight now, Nalfian, so that would carry some weight here.
Yeah.
See,
I'm
if
still
you're a
trying
knight,
that one on.
I can help you with the whole like the talking bit and the attitude. Actually, one second. And then she remembers to cover her eyes so that they're brown instead of red. With the whole religion thing.
Yes.
It's like, yeah, okay. Yep, I'll help you. You use your title. We'll be all good.
You see, no, fuck it. All right, let's go. I mean, tally forth. Right? Is that what they say?
Tally ho? Something like that?
I'm gonna be reinventing the night as we go along. Yeah, I'm just gonna walk into town.
Okay, all right. So with that, I would like Eurydice, as you're sort of leading the way, making your way through the city with Nalfian, sort of using his title, and then using your very calm, friendly nature to investigate. What specifically are you looking for?
We're trying to find Isabella Harwood and where she lives.
Okay, very cool. And so how are you going about doing that? Are you just asking person to person, or are you just sort of trying to follow clues with what you hear? What's the process look like?
Yuri would, like, be very, very direct, but she'd kind of go with the thing of, like, Oh yeah, we're here with like Isabella's relative. We're just trying to figure out where she is right now. Like where she's living, so we can go say hi.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and make a persuasion check with advantage, just to see how quickly you get there.
Awesome.
Being that direct, it's going to be pretty
Always
fast, but
dumbfounded that Eurydice doesn't have proficiency. Oh shit. Okay. That's a 13.
13? Okay.
Yeah.
Wasn't a very high DC. It was just one of those things where it definitely takes you probably until mid-afternoon. Just kind of asking people, most people not really knowing the name. This is a city of names. You know, I am the great knight Tomlin of the Alabaster Sea, and I fight for the crown of da-da-da-da-da. People just naming off titles and epithets, you know, like they're nothing. Trying to prove whoever is the most honorable, and ends up being very dishonorable in doing so. But eventually you do meet one younger, seemingly probably wood elven, young boy who says, the Knight of the Green Tree, yes. If you just go right down that way about 5 minutes and then turn left, they have a small guild hall there. And you should be able to find her there. She's the guild leader.
Great, thank you.
You're very welcome.
And
Oh, that's a very cute sheep you have up there talking to you, Twig.
Her name's Lala.
Hi, Lala. And he walks away.
oh my god.
Her name's Lala.
Awesome thing you've said this campaign.
Wow.
Okay. Let's go. Let's go. Before somebody else spots the sheep.
Okay, all right. So you do make your way through Traverse until eventually you make your way to one large stone building, and you can see that hanging down from the walls, framing out the doorway, are two banners. Two banners of black, embroidered with a dark green thread in the shape of 3 pine trees. Not exactly the symbol of House Forrester, but very close. As all of you sort of unmount from the cart, and you begin to make your way into the room, you do feel a crackling fireplace as the warmth kind of hits you, as you've been outside for about a week and a half now, and you didn't realize how nice it was being in a closed room with a door and a fire pit for that sort of ambient warmth. It is very nice. But you make your way, and you can see that there are maybe 25, 30 soldiers in here. Some of them do look like knights. Some of them have long cloaks with different symbols or heraldry on them, wearing plate or breastplate, chainmail, maybe some studded leather armor with some crests emblazoned onto the arm. But there are about 5 in here. 5 people in here who have this crest on their upper chest, right above their heart. It is a cloak clasp, where it is the 3 trees that kind of bend together, that clip together in order to hold the cloak around one's shoulders. There are 5, including one woman wearing plate armor that is rather plain in terms of color, but it is covered in parts by a much paler green in some spots that seem to ombre to a deep green with a gold trim on it. You can see that she has this fiery red hair and a sword at her side as she is currently talking to several other people. And you can tell that she's been here for a while. She's been in Iverion or Tarkir for a while, but she definitely is starting to pick up on certain Tarkirian speech patterns, but you can tell that she's a native to Iverion, as it's just sort of subtle influences on her voice. She says, I think that what we need to do is we need to make movements from Verdalka. Maybe we could find some people there. And she kind of sees these newcomers entering the guild hall, and she says, "Well, it is quite a pleasure to make all of your acquaintances. Is that a sheep?" As Isabella Harwood greets all of you.
Oh, she's so cool.
Are you Isabella?
That I am. Isabella Harwood. Is there something I can help all of you with?
Just kind of like looking to like the other people that are like in the room, and I imagine paying attention.
We talk to you in private, maybe.
Yes, very well, of course. There are those that are I trust with my own life. The ones wearing the clasps. Anything that you can say in front of me, you can say in front of them, and I can promise you, they have proven that they are just of heart and of mind, and they would never betray any of that trust for any reason. Honorable to a fault.
I just feel like it'd be better to be more private.
I just feel as though secrecy tends to come from a place of fear or...
We have information about your family. And about House Forrester.
Well, then if it's information about House Forrester, then it can especially be said in front of these five, as they have pledged their life and their arms and any who will follow them to reclaiming the lands of House Forrester.
Nalvin just kind of like looks at her and nods as if... I assume we're going to go into a separate space, right?
No, what she'll do is the other people who are in there who don't have the crest, she'll just kind of wave her hands and say, "The rest of you are dismissed.
Oh, okay.
Come back same time tomorrow, and we'll continue where we left off." And they leave, and the other five stay. And you can see all of them have very similar armor. Some of them have their own heraldry symbols on them, men and women of different races. But one thing that is very clear is Nalfian is the only knight in this entire town that's been a drow, and he is the only knight in this room that is wearing light armor. The rest of them are wearing plate or chainmail.
That's not his style, man.
Yeah.
Lame. Can't hang with the cool
Outnighted.
kid crowd.
Yeah.
Wish. I'm just kidding.
So we have then it is the three of you, Quilp and Din, along with Isabella Harwood and her five knights that have pledged to her quest. All of them wearing the modified symbol of House Forrester. And she looks to all of you, and she looks down at you, Twig, and obviously has no idea who you are. Says, "So if you're coming here with news of my father, then I suppose that he's passed then, hasn't he?"
No, it's nothing like that. I
Oh.
didn't mean to worry you. I mean, I feel like if anything, he's in a better state now. But we did talk to him, and well, my mother also said that I should talk to you.
Your mother? I'm sorry. Do I know you?
I don't think so. I mean, I guess there's the chance, but I doubt that you'd remember.
And you can see her, she kind of like laughs and exhales, and she'll make her way around the table, and she'll kind of look down towards you. She's not going to kneel or squat or anything like that. She's just going to look down towards you and say, "I do not know where you come from or how you were raised, but when talking of things of great import,
it is best to say what you mean, say it proudly, say it strongly. And should someone be upset, well, they are upset. Should someone be happy, they are happy, but that way you've said it. The burden of keeping things on you and not saying them outright is much worse than just ripping off the band-aid. So say what you need to say, and I can promise you, I will not lash out. If anything now, my curiosity is piqued, and I just wish to know.
Well, I feel like that's the thing. I'm from Hazard's Hollow. And, well, I guess we come to you to get your help with, well, I guess remedying whatever's happened there.
And you can see that Isabella in that moment, she kind of like is like looking at you and nodding and listening to what you say, and then you can see she kind of does a double take up past you, and her eyes kind of widen, and she looks down at you. It can't be.
Awkwardly smiling.
I do know you. Grace.
Wait.
And she kind of like gets down and hugs you very tightly. Oh, the last time I saw you, you were still in swaddling clothes. Oh, and she'll hug you tight, and she is a strong woman. You're kind of like having a hard time breathing as she's just squeezing you so tight. And lets go, and now kind of like on one knee. She just is shaking her head at you.
Are you okay?
I am fine. I feel I feel so happy. My lady, you must understand that when I set out on this quest, it wasn't but 2-3 years ago, I left. At 17, I left Highland Pass, looking for answers, looking for people to help, because, well, as I'm sure you saw, my father, he lost his way. And I couldn't stand to see him like that. I wanted to help him. I wanted him to be better, to get better. And I didn't know how else to do that than be able to reclaim what we all had lost. I was only a small girl at the time, not much older than 5 or 6. When the land was, when that happened. And so I'd always heard stories of knights in honor and chivalry in Turkey, and I thought if there's anyone who is willing to stand up to evil and this terrible force that stole a lady and her child from their home, it would be these people. And I've been searching ever since. And I've started to find people that have pledged to march back on this land and take it back in the honor of House Forrester. The only problem was that... And you can see, this is really where her face starts to light up. They always told me without a proper heir to that throne, they wouldn't march. They weren't going to take back the land for a steward. But they would take back a land for a queen. For a lady. The true heir to House Forrester. And here she stands in front of me, and she kind of clasps her hands over her mouth and nose, just, in flesh and blood. Grace Forrester.
It's Twig.
Oh, Twig.
And I will say, like, Twig's also looking over, like, to other people in the room, just, like, gauge, I guess, their reaction to
Oh,
everything.
yeah. You can see that it took them a moment to kind of realize, because they never thought this day was going to come, but as soon as, like, she sort of makes that comment about Grace Forrester and says that out loud, you can see that the 5 who are in there, they draw their blades, their weapons, their axes, they draw them, and then on one knee, blade end pointed down at the ground, kneeling in front of you.
S- I right, well, I don't, I honestly don't know what's meant to happen from here. I mean, from what I know, there's a group of hags or something that currently have hold of the keep that I guess I am meant to talk to.
Yes. That is true. They are the crones of Hazaron's Hollow. 3 of them. I'm not sure as to what their purpose or why they did what they did. But those 3 crones, those 3 terrible women, they were the ones who set upon that wrath and destruction on your home. On our home. Now, it is a lot of land, and there are a lot of... We've sent out scouts periodically to just see how things are developing, and month by month things get worse. There is no doubt about that, but... Well, now that you're here, something can be done. Now, the only issue is now that things have started to get more and more and more steam, more build-up, more people are hearing about the these knights that are willing to march off on a righteous quest to take back land that was corrupted. People are coming in day by day, hoping to join the Knights of the Trees, to take back House Forrester's land. But the problem is, all of this takes time. Before my father lost his ways, he taught me everything he knew, or tried to at least. It takes time to organize soldiers, to organize rationing for journeys, to go through the proper lords and ladies in order to get permission to march an army through cities. And, well, a new problem has arisen. Just in the past week or so, we've gotten word from the city nearest to House Forrester, Dragon's Bay. Well, the man who owned that city, Duradine Dupree, has died. And that city has turned into, well, a rather terrible place to be. Looting, ransacking. And I am afraid that should we not take a more serious approach to the quest that all of them would pledge themselves to, they might get swept up in the honor, with reclaiming a city for their own, becoming the great lord of a land. Not Tarkirian, but Iverion nonetheless. So, this is what would need to happen. Just timeline-wise, to inform you as to what my thought process is. Currently, we are a sunset and sunrise away from Darkspire, from the 2nd month of the year. Every summer court, the 6th month of the year on the 20th, the Midsummer Festival, is held here. And at that point, any knight may approach to make an oath to the Green Lady herself. And this oath is more serious than just a pledge of words or great honor. It is a pledge to them, to the people of Tarkir, and especially the people of Vitralnet. It may as well be to the Creator himself. It is something very serious to them. And also on this day, on top of any pledges that knights wish to make, there is something else that I believe may help our cause. Once a year, at the Midsummer Festival, she will arrive in her temple, not but a day's ride from Vitronet. And she will grant one wish to the most worthy knight that arrives. Now, this wish has 3 stipulations. 1, this wish mustn't serve you alone. If you are only aiding yourself in this wish, you will not be chosen. Your wish, the second thing, must be what you want most in the world. And the third thing is you must never tell anyone what you wished for. For if you do, your greatest fear will consume you. It is not a light burden taking this wish. But any of the knights that have pledged to me here, gesturing to the 5 behind her, they would be more than happy to make a wish in your name for good fortune in the battle, a blessing of blazing swords, whatever you want. They wish to see it done. They are loyal, and they believe in this cause.
I'll
But,
do it.
and her head kind of,
I
Malfoy
would
just kinda, like,
feel more
steps up.
comfortable with Nalfian doing it. I mean, I'm sure they're all good people and all, but I don't know any of them.
that is fine, my lady, but as I said, they must be a knight.
Well, you're looking at one. Fresh off the block, but a knight nonetheless, right, Twig? And he kind of like steps behind Twig and squeezes her shoulder.
And she just kind of laughs and kind of nods and says, I knew that if this day ever would come, that there was a chance that you might need help and aid in discovering what it was like to be a lady, what was required of you, what you needed to do, but here you are. Much younger than I was when I left on my journey. You already know the truth of the situation, and you already have a loyal knight at your side.
Well, it does help that I have the best cousin to walk me through things.
I'm looking at Din.
Den will kind of smile and wave and give a small bow to her and say, it is a pleasure to meet you, my Lady Harwood. My name is... And he sighs a very heavy sigh and says, my name is Brandon Bartold of House Bartold of Sandpoint. And she kind of cocks her head at him. Bartold, yes. And gives him a very friendly smile. Kind of nods. Well, it is an honor, Lord Bartold. Nods and goes back to you, Twig. Well, as I said, I'll need time to prepare for all of this. But come Summer Court, the 20th of Summer Court, should you be here and ready to ride to the Green Lady's Temple, and you, brave knight, your name, Sir Knight.
He kind of looks around for a second. Nalfian Bainier.
One of the knights kind of coughs and kind of looks up at you. The butcher?
Nalfian will offer his hand. Oh, well, I mean, that's one of my many names. You're a fan? Autograph later.
Oh my
He'll, like, finger gun him.
And he kind of looks to another guy and he's like, well, he offered, and kind of bows his head again.
Nalfian will extend his hand towards her her.
Well, Sir Bainir, it is an honor to meet you, and well, judging from your... And she looks down at your weapon, and her head cocks again, and her jaw kind of drops. Fate is a very funny thing, and you can see that she's looking at the rose.
He just kind of smiles at her.
And as you sort of shake her hand, she clasps yours. And she has this very bright smile on her face and says, I can tell. And then looks down to you, Twig. You have a very brave knight at your side. And it is not the one that I thought you would have, but is the one that fate and destiny know you needed. She'll kind of clap on your hand and then let go. And she just kind of smiles and says, well, you are free to stay for as long as you wish. But 5 months. 5.5 months is what I need. Arrive then. We'll have all of the knights that have sworn to you. Take the pledge with the Green Lady. And then you, looking to you, Nalfian, will then have to make your wish. But be sure, if it only serves you, and that if it is not what you want most in the world, it will not be granted.
He will nod his head at her.
Okay. All right. With that, the knights stand. All of them take turns sort of in procession, sort of moving in front of you, Twig, and bowing a very low, honorable, deep bow, saying different, my lady Forrester, it is an honor to serve, crown and justice, in the name of the forest, in the name of the trees, and all of these different things that they're saying to you just kind of becomes this slosh of nothingness. It's just kind of lost on you as the words are just kind of washing over. As all of your life,
Twig's
you've
just,
kind
like,
of been...
standing there a little, like, awkwardly, just probably, like, backed into Nauf a little bit.
Oh, yeah, because like I said, you've spent most of your life as, like, an outcast and the weirdo. And now there are people who are... And you can tell in their faces and how they're talking to you, people that are willing to fight and die if you were to point them in a direction. They've pledged themselves to you, and they will serve until they die. Or until this quest is completed. So, there's that.
Yeah. Nuff will give an autograph on his way out.
Yeah.
Thanks, River.
Yeah. You can see, as you sort of make your way out, he's a middle-aged man, but you can tell that he's well-traveled. You can see that on his cloak that he's currently wearing has what looks to be two long ships that are crossed, almost like when you would have like a cross of swords, framed out by crashing waves underneath each one of the ships. And he says,
Thank you. Sir Nalfian, I never knew you were a knight. I had seen you a few times in Raven Rock. Great fighting. I still, I was always so impressed with your, the two places at once. I never was able to quite figure that out. I must be very dexterous of a fighter. My name is,
Skill.
Skill indeed. Yes. Sir Ellis Wainwright. It's wonderful to make your acquaintance. Yes.
Pleasure.
Very good.
Keep up the good work. 50
Thank you.
push-ups a day. Run around a couple miles a day. You'll be right up there with me. In
Couple
no time.
miles. Yes, of course. Yes.
But like 3 times a day. Couple miles.
6 miles
50
a day.
push-ups
50
on
push-ups.
the hour.
50
every
push-ups
hour.
an hour. Sir
Throw in a
Bania,
couple squats and you'll be on. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Sir Benir, I must admit, I have taken an oath never to lie, and I cannot promise you that I can do that. I know that my form would not allow me to, and I would prefer not to expire before my quest is seen done.
Dolphin's like being tugged away by Eurydice, and he's just like
Yeah,
saluting
she's
this guy.
tugging him, like, have a nice day, it's alright, he's just kidding.
Sir Benir, I will do as much as I can, but I cannot promise you more than any. And he's like telling you the workout regime that he's going to take as you're kind of pulled out in a way. Okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty, sounds good. So what I'm going to do here real quick is on the calendar, which if you guys want to access that, you can click on the little calendar button. It's right underneath the pointing finger. There's actually a calendar that I can put events and holidays and special dates for sessions in there. So I'm going to put one in here. That is the Wishing Festival of the Green Lady. Okay.
Wait, the calendar changes color to represent the season.
It
That's so
does.
cute.
I know. I love it. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and save that. So, on the 20th of Summer Court, there are two events. There's the Midsummer Festival, which is pretty much just like the summer equinox, right? It's the day where it is hottest. It is the sort of middle of summer, and then there's the Wishing Festival of the Green Lady. Okay, and also if you go back to other dates, there are other ones that are kind of saved in there, like when you guys saved like when you guys saved the town and all that. So one of the things that is in here, by the way, is there have been a couple of holidays as you guys have been going through. Obviously they're not as big a festival. So there's the Day of Heroes, which celebrates, which is really funny. This is probably really awkward for you, Eurydice. The Day of Heroes actually celebrates the day, at least according to the history books, that about 2,000 years ago, when Osmodeus was defeated by the first king of Tarkir, the great King Omen, and then all of his descendants have kind of sat on the throne since his untimely death. So that was a
Yuri
little
doesn't like her dad anyway. It's fine.
Yeah, she was just kind of like, hell yeah. And then also there was the Festival of Lights, which would have been the day before Grok left. And the Festival of Lights is pretty much just a day where there are different mages that come out, and they pretty much do magical fireworks that are even more intense than that of the Harvest End Festival. All of the lanterns in the town are sort of changed in this honor and celebration of those who study the magical arts. And on one of the darkest days of the year, it provides illumination for the entire towns that celebrate it. So that way they are illuminated throughout the day. So,
Aw, that's a really sweet holiday.
yeah. But with that, I'm assuming that all of you were just heading back to Highland Pass at that point?
I think so.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
Alrighty. So then eventually...
With our sheep.
That's all right.
Lala.
So you would get...
Fucking sheep.
Oh yeah, with your sheep with Lala. As you pass, you do pass the sheep cottage again, and you can see Fluffernutter just waiting, just staring you guys down.
Whoops.
He's got beef.
Give a weak wave.
Oh yeah. Oh, he doesn't wave
He
back.
is one of 13.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Oh my
sheep, so I
God.
sure hope he doesn't wave back.
a hand comes out of the back of his neck and gives you a little finger wave.
I hate that.
The rest of his wool turns into fingernails, and he starts to click towards you.
Oh my god, Joe. Disgusting.
I'm fine. Okay, so... All right, so you make your way back to the lowlands. And with that, we come to the... You would arrive back on the 11th of Darkspire at about 9 a.m. So this is the 11th of February. And you are starting to get into the worst part of winter. As especially in Tarkir and in Highland Pass, this is by far sort of the worst time to live in this city. It is the coldest, it is the snowiest. visibility on a day-to-day basis will be maybe 6 inches, 5 inches from your face. It's pretty terrible. But you get back to Highland Pass, and as you arrive back in Highland Pass, that is where we're going to go ahead and take a break at our halfway point right here. So they arrive back in Highland Pass. There are a few things that still need to happen, and then we'll be done with our downtime. Ooh, yeah. Okay.
Oh,
Alright.
it's still technically downtime. Jesus Christ.
It's yeah, it is. Yeah, it's a very interactive downtime. Well, you guys have a lot to do. You know, a lot of information to gather before you head off onto your next thing. Okay, well, thank you so much for watching, everybody. We will be back in about 5 minutes. Yeah, 5 minutes. 5 minutes is good. And yeah, just as a reminder to the players, I'll have to deafen myself, so Kayla will let you guys know when we're about to come back. Okay, so go ahead and give us 5 minutes, and we'll be right back. Thanks for watching, everybody. Oop, deafened and muted. And okay, see you later.
Oh, that's just gonna make it so heartbreaking when she finds out she betrayed them on accident. Well, not she. Oh gosh.
So, you're telling me this grand, whatever the fuck, wants to meet Emeril, and Sailor cannot remember.
If you see any yellow flowers or firewood, grab that on the way. No red flowers.
Okay. Sure.
Who's gonna be quiet as we're traveling, but he's gonna be some of the metal that he took when he left Waterswick. He's gonna be crafting something.
Staring at the two of them.
Again? Alright, you're safe.
I'm sorry.
There's nothing to be sorry for. You know that. Just gonna be hugging her tightly.
Yasmin, I can
No,
make
but
you
I
a
can-
lock that you can try and pick lock or something, just to get your
Found it, found it.
just to get that out of your system.
Fucking fidget spinner.
I can give you a fidget locket or something.
Desmond's gonna kind of like look Poe straight in the eye and say, well, first of all, yes, please. But second of all, that's not the point.
We laugh now, but he like uses it to his.
Is he all right? What is happening? What is going on with Ferdinand?
He is not all right. He opposed them valiantly, and then the silence took him.
Sayla looks.
Did not have all the ingredients of said cocktail when I made it.
Alec blinks.
It's a metaphor, I'll tell you later.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, I could.
I'm sorry.
You.
She's just gonna hold up her hands like, I'm sorry.
I did say I didn't promise any.
Beetle armor it is.
I'd say maybe that's on the bottom end of the priorities, if excuse the pun.
I hear Joe dying in the next room.
Oh, yes. Bottom end. Very well. I'll keep an eye out. Anything else?
Betty.
You don't mind. You got some of that spittle in your beard again. It all froze.
I didn't know what I'm doing with me spittle.
I'm just saying. A little messy.
No reason to
Why
cause
is it so
a
dark?
fuss.
Do you brush? Is that blood? You just spit blood?
Clip, please, clip. I know what I'm doing with me spittle.
Balls this morning. And she's gonna.
Sorry, I'm a Neanderthal. Does that mean without?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. No, that's all right. That's all good. You're the normal one here. I'm the one using sands. But yeah, she'll just try to focus.
From the movie with Bradley Cooper.
Oh God.
The American Sniper.
Yeah, that guy.
Luckily, Jareth was that guy. Okay.
Chris Pyle.
Yeah.
Whatever his name is.
Abby, day 2. Save code. Apartment. Okay. Got it. 30. 23. Oh, McBoy Doodle. I go to bed. Hope you have a great day and kill lots of funky zombies. Hey, there's a. That's a 4. So that's cool.
Really pretty 4.
So she's gonna go ahead and get her Baramichi Saber, but because she went first in initiative, this is gonna be a crit if it hits. Oh my god! What in the fuck is happening?
Those dice are.
Mean to be so forward, but you know, I've often been told I'm the horny one. See what I did there? That's pretty funny, huh?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I've been saving that one special for you.
am very proud of you. So you saw that?
Oh, I did.
As long as we're talking about it, boats are kind of scary. So that's my expert input. I want to be on land. I'm ready, by the way. But the main use of it I saw that was truly badass was one of the players used Force Cage, and then one of my other players used Silence. So they basically just trapped an entire group of guards in a Force Cage and then started just shooting them from afar, and they screamed silently like they were in a void of space until they were all dead.
So cool.
And we're back.
Yep. They just...
Okay.
I am sorry. I will apologize when next we see him.
Nah, it's too late for that, but thanks.
Well, I don't think it was necessarily a bad thing. You were just protecting your end of the deal. That is all.
That was, not great.
Okay. So, Poe, you don't get a saving throw. You're just like this until either the spell ends or you lose a hit point. So, as a mouse, Pawasa Meep.
Nice. That's going in the quotes.
And Blossom Meep.
Is there supposed to be music? Does anyone want music? No, okay. I'm just gonna eat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay. Does anyone know? No. Does anyone know? We could do music. Music would be cool. That'd be very name day-y for music.
Want to do this?
I envision him like, this is gonna sound so cheesy, but he's gonna like take Twig and like pull the trigger together. So like, yeah, wherever I assume she just kind of like stepped down to fire next to it. He's just gonna like quickly grab her, and they're both gonna aim and fire it at the thing.
Referencing all of the sitcoms right now, but his hands kind of just start touching his face, and he's like, "I could make him a flying teapot."
A what?
You can?
I could try.
You
Okay,
will
Desmond.
Try.
You will try.
Just I think I would need some stuff.
Okay, so plan is walk back in.
Somebody's on top of her. Cole, you can tell she's so close to death. Like, she's damn near, like, whoever's going, Minister James could have done something,
Well,
and it would have.
hold on, DM. I have the Mage Slayer feat. Did you say she's casting a spell? Oh yeah.
And we are back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the session. So, without any further ado, I think that we should go ahead and hop into things here. So, just previously, our group of adventurers had accomplished several things during the first half of their session. They had made their way into Highland Pass. They had some conversations, some inter-party conversations. Big things that happened there was Eurydice and Nalfian had a very nice, sweet moment together, promising each other different things, and a very uplifting moment for Nalfian. Whew, man. A very uplifting moment for Nalfian. One thing that did happen is Nalfian had this sort of like softness to him as he was moving out of the room. There was a cup that fell and a voice that told him, "You lose." And Nalfian just kind of disregarded it and just decided to go on with what he was doing. And in just a few hours, maybe even less, from being told you lose, for showing emotion, for being afraid, for whatever, Nalfian was knighted by Twig. So no longer is he Nalfian Baynir the Butcher. Now he is Sir Nalfian Baynir, the Knightly Butcher. Which provides Nalfian a very interesting opportunity for when he gets done adventuring. He could open a butcher shop that is only open from midnight to 3 a.m. So, you know, that's an
very
option.
Specific.
Yep. Well, he's the Knightly Butcher. Anyway, okay, so.
All right, move on.
Ooh, man. You have that happen, and then you make your way down to Traversy, the area where you know the other half of House Harwood is, Isabella. A woman that is about 5 years Twig's senior. So at this point, when you would have met her, she would have been about 20. And you, on your way, you do buy a sheep named Lala. She's very nice. She's a runt, though, so there's that. But you meet Isabella. Sorry, too many names. You meet Isabella and her soldiers, these 5 knights that have pledged to the banner of House Forrester to march, along with several others that are off in different cities. She says that she will gather those soldiers to march on Hazran's Hollow. She just needs time. She needs about 5.5 months in order to get the soldiers all together and to get permission from the different lords and ladies in the cities that they'll be passing through. Now, the only other thing that they're going to need to do is the day before you march from Traversy to Hazran's Hollow, it will be the Midsummer Festival, which on the Midsummer Festival in Traversy, the Green Lady will emerge from her temple, her small chapel north of Traversy, and to the most worthy knight, she will grant one wish. And the wish has 3 stipulations. Once again, those 3 stipulations are your wish mustn't serve you alone. Your wish must be what you want most in the world. And finally, you must never tell anyone what you wished for if you do, your greatest fear will consume you. So, with that, a promise was made to Isabella and to Twig that Nalf will do everything he can to be that knight, to present himself as the most worthy of all of the knights that will be there. All of the same knights that pledged to Twig, that pledged to House Forrester, pledged to Isabella. Nalfian promises that he will be the most worthy knight for Twig. And we'll just have to see. Only time will tell if that will be the truth. So, with that, all of you travel back to Highland Pass in about a week and a half, and you do get there. So let me go ahead and move you back to Highland Pass. Pull all to scene. So, you make your way back to Highland Pass, and as I said, it is the coldest and pretty much the most miserable it will ever be in Highland Pass. It's pretty terrible here at this time of year. But you make your way back, and you have some discussions to do. Because now you have about 6 months to determine what you're going to be doing in that time. So, with that, arriving back in Charossi, I open it back up to you. As you arrive back in the tavern, we'll say after you had a few days rest, just to kind of recoup from the travel, just spend a few days warming your bones, I have to ask, what are the Forerunners of Fate, as the title card says? What is our group of adventurers doing, and what is their plan?
Can I ask you a question? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, River. Go first.
Oh, no, it's okay.
So we're like that's like a long time away in and out of game, right?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't figure like that we weren't gonna just hop to that.
No. You guys have.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys do have quite a bit to do.
Yeah, I was gonna say like we gotta help Din and stuff. Okay. Sorry. Go ahead, River. What were you saying?
We need to return some of these artifacts that we have. They also said the more we've got on us, the more of a target we are. So, yeah.
That is a very good point. Din, how far are we from... Where are we taking these? Some college, right?
Yeah.
Hearthcrest?
The College of Hearthcrest, yeah. Oh, man. My cartography skills are not what they used to be, but let me see if I can pull something together. It might just take me a minute, so feel free to talk about something else while I'm thinking about this.
Okay. Also, does Izzy still have the cloak?
No.
Okay, we've got it. So
yeah,
we've got the cloak,
the cane,
stuff,
mm-hmm.
the cane, the carving knife and the gauntlet, and then the stuff that we also are wearing.
Yeah. What's his name? Captain Heather Scott also has that sort of opal that you found, that Izzy found embedded into that tree that the cultists were using to channel magic into to find who they believe to be the child.
I thought Captain Daru, not Captain. I thought,
oh, Reinhardt does have it. Reinhardt does have it. Yeah.
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 Not Daru, true hero of the sun.
All right, so we need to stop back there while Din's figuring out how long that's gonna take.
It'll just be a couple more seconds, I promise.
That's all right.
Take your time.
And we haven't heard any other information about the cult's activity. Last time we were told they were going to regroup somewhere, but we haven't heard anything new from that.
No.
I don't know if we'd even be able to find which of the 3 places they'd be going to. I mean, each of them is far from each other, so...
It seems as though the best action there is just to wait for them to show their faces again.
Yeah, I agree.
There'd be no way to, I don't know, find someone that could, I guess, be there for each location? At least be able to get word of what happens in that meeting, or whatever they're planning?
I don't even know where we would start with that.
Out of Reinhardt. See if we can send him a message through Din.
Good point. I needed to talk to him about a couple things anyway.
But one of
We
the
can give him the
places
names.
is in Turkey. I don't think that would be something he can arrange.
Maybe not that one, but the other two, they're in Iverion, correct?
Yeah.
Better than nothing. It's a place to start. And if we hear nothing from those two places, I guess we've got our location. Once Din's finished looking at some paperwork, maybe we can have him send a quick message.
Okay, so on the Southern Star, it would take. Oh wait. Okay, so because we have the flower, because we have the flower, traveling through Isanalor should probably only take 4 or 5 days. The leaf. Man, sorry, there's just so many things. Because we have the leaf, it'll probably only take 3 or 4 days to get to Dragon's Bay. Then, going from Dragon's Bay to, I can't quite remember the name of the port, but it is right outside of the Riverlands.
Oh, God.
Traveling to that port, that'll take about 15 days, as we have to go around the peninsula, so that we're about 18, 20. And then going from the College of Hearthcrest or going from that port to the College of Hearthcrest, probably take about maybe a week on foot. We'll pass through a couple of places. We will pass through Hearthcrest, but the only other place that we'll be stopping in, at least large-wise, just according to this map, there is that port town, then there is Wheat Hill, and then there's Hearthcrest, and then the College of Hearthcrest.
Yuri groans.
I'm sorry, I don't remember the name of the port. I can maybe find it. I didn't mean to upset you, Yuri.
Is it something like Salt Cross or Saltport something?
Well, I will also say that Dragon's Bay has become not the most friendly place since we've been gone, apparently, so we'll have to be very careful when we head back into that town.
Yeah. Well, I guess that means that we should probably also reach out to Heather Scott.
Heather Scott. But hey, that's less than 5 months. Plenty of time to get there. Any other stops that need to be made? Wheat Hill, Yuri, you want to go pay a visit to the family?
It gives him a look. She just she's just like, yeah,
She never told Elf about this, right? I'm not just blanking on that. He doesn't know. Right?
I can't remember if I ever told him.
I don't think I'm pretty sure she never directly said what happened there, so he's being genuine. Like, he's not trying to be a dick. He's like being serious.
Yeah, no, I don't think she actually ever told him. She's like, oh, yeah.
Well, I'm sure they'll love me.
Oh, yeah,
So,
they'd love
I guess we have a destination in mind. Din, I assume you want to see home as well sometime. Could be a good opportunity for us to swing by afterwards.
Well, I was, if it's not too much of a burden, we'll be passing Sand Point on the way to, Hearthcrest.
Oh, we'll stop then.
Thank you.
We'll go there first. Yeah.
I just, I feel like I'm finally ready to get some answers, you know?
Would it also be wise to stop in at Raven Rock? I mean, I would be good to get a pardon from Elias, but I guess also to get updated of what happened with the King of the Swamp.
Would taking us to Raven Rock be going out of the way?
Oh, very, yeah.
Then, if you don't mind, I'd love to have a little chat with Reinhardt. kind of gesturing like through Din.
Yeah.
If we've got 5 months, we should have the time, right?
We would. Let's see. It would add.
Sorry, Joe. So
That's
much
okay.
maths.
So if we go to Raven Rock, we're pretty much not exactly doubling the distance, but almost. Because in order to get to that port city, here, I'm just gonna pull all to scene. So,
Isn't it like 5 days from Sandpoint to Raven Rock?
Yeah, so that's the thing, is like what you would have to do is...
So it's like an extra 10 essentially.
Yeah, so you would go here to Raven Rock, and then to Sandpoint, and then all the way over and around here, up here, and right here.
Still loading.
Oh, okay.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Is it far? I can't see.
Okay.
Yeah. Now it's just
well, we
gonna
can scrap
say...
that if it's gonna be pushing us like too close.
Well, Nalf is gonna say I will still get the pardon for him. It'll just have to be asked a little differently.
Mm-hmm.
And we can still get that information on what happened up north from him as well. Just a quick call, if you will.
Mm-hmm. Just as a heads up, you only have 25 words, so... I find it's best to write it out before you say it. Don't try and do it in the moment. It won't work out.
Yeah, that really ends up as
great
word vomit. Just don't do that.
Well, I mean, he might have something that would make communication easier. I feel like, if anything, Raven Rock would be the place to have that, right? And weren't you already looking into something to be able to do that for, Bianca?
It's true. We were trying to find a way to have a longer conversation.
Which...
Well, I feel like if anyone's able to figure out a way to do that, it'd be, I guess, Captain Reinhardt, or at least knowing the avenues to go down to do that.
There is
I know the avenues.
Archmage that exists within Raven Rock. Advisor to King Kjaldarson might be a way.
Well, we could always send a message to Reinhardt and ask him to speak with this Archmage, see if we can get a better, bigger line of communication. To start, we still have to send him a message, though, to get that conversation moving. I'm typing out the message, by the way. Sorry.
Okay, no, you're good.
If we want to find longer ways of communication, we are going to a college as well.
Oh, the College of Hearthcrest. That... Oh, wow. I feel like a big idiot. Wow, yeah, that would be the place to go.
But it is gonna take us some time to get there, and, well, I feel like it's best to try and at least form that line of communication quicker than, well, not.
I need a word counter. Oh, Jesus Christ. What am I doing? Sorry. Word counter. Why am I counting?
Counting is hard.
Yeah, nah. Counting is ridiculously hard. Ah.
It is hard.
Sorry, guys. Yeah.
No, it's okay.
Oh, shit, I'm at 29? How am I at 29 words already? What the fuck?
Look at that, all like the little particles.
Ugh. God damn it. Okay. Oh, okay, sorry.
So, the journey altogether, without Raven Rock, is like 27 days? 26?
I believe that is what I said.
Like
Yeah.
plenty of time.
Okay. Elias Hardwood, alive and has sworn his loyalty to Twig and House Forrester, asking for his pardon, need longer form of communication if possible. That's all I got. That's literally 25 words.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you hate that? Is that bad?
There'll be no follow-up questions, I can tell.
I'm so sorry. Here we go again.
Okay, so... Yeah... Okay. Sorry, now I'm thinking.
Sorry.
Because obviously Reinhardt knows the spell, so, you know, he's not gonna fuck it up.
Now you have to...
Well, he still gets his actual reply as well, so...
Yeah.
He knows he only has 25 words.
Yeah.
He's not gonna-
Also, thank you for the raid, by the way.
Oh, geez, really? Oh, my goodness. Hey, thanks so much. Hey, look at that. Thank you so much. Amazing. So, Reinhardt will reply. He's not dead, so he's going to reply. And he's going to say,
No longer form of communication exists to my knowledge. Look into it. 11. Okay.
I love this.
I hate and love sending so much. God, write a letter.
It won't get there in time.
I'll see what I can do. Isn't a light task. Glad you are okay.
Does Din have one more in him?
Oh yeah, he's got another one. He can do another one. Yeah.
All right. Information on Swamp King? Question mark. Which doesn't count as a word. Just information on Swamp King. Swamp King.
Okay. Yeah.
Question mark.
So he responds and he says,
King of the Swamp is dead. Hundreds of children rescued and returned to their families. Your intel was good.
Din, you got one more in you?
Tomorrow.
Damn, I really wanted to rub it in his face that I'm a knight now. But I guess I can wait.
You know, Nalfian, I hate to tell you how to do your thing, but you know, never mind. Don't worry about it.
Well, I mean, I guess I'm allowed to, though, right?
Just
Now-
like the most devilish little smile just goes across her face.
Now
quicker and like disappears.
that is expected of a lady. There you go. See, you're getting it.
Well, then, Sir Nalfian Bania, I think that you should act more knightly.
And she's just gonna like poke him.
He just kind of laughs and he says, "You see, my lady, I'm still figuring out what knightly consists of. Maybe you can help me out." And he'll like get up and Eurydice, are you sitting or are you standing?
If we were all sitting, she'd be sitting.
Okay, now Finn's gonna say, Eurydice, can you stand for a moment?
Okay. And she stands up.
He's gonna pull out your chair for you and then re-push it in so you can re-sit down. After you, Eurydice. Please.
Is this your version of knightly?
This is me trying.
He's just giggling.
See? Step one, done. He like brushes off his hands like it was the hardest task. I'll be the most worthy knight in no time.
You are well on your way, it seems.
He'll give a little wink to Twig. Well, it seems as though We have a start. We'll start gathering our things and we'll head back towards Dragon's Bay. We just need to be careful when we get there. Maybe in the morning we can also send Heather Scott a message to let him know we'll be returning soon.
Yes, I wanted to ask about Simon as well. See how that's gone.
Good point.
So, as all of you are sitting in the common room of the inn, just kind of making whatever discussions you need to about your journey and what comes next and all that good stuff, you can see coming into the tavern is an odd duo. That is for sure. You can see one woman, human, pale white skin, dark raven hair that is cropped very short close to her head, wearing what looks to be some type of studded leather armor with a short sword on her back, armors of blacks and grays, and then almost the exact opposite standing next to her. Now, all of you have seen a furbolg before, so there is some similarity that is had. You see the droopy ears that come down to maybe about the jawline or neck. Two little, what almost looks like tiny little baby goat horns kind of sticking out of the top of the head. These long, luscious brown hair that kind of fades to this pale golden ombre. You can see an armor of deep green, sort of enameled with pink on the edges. And then these white and pink roses that are all amongst the armor. See that? There is a hilt that is a very similar enameled pink steel sticking out of a scabbard, and then a shield on this woman's arm. A shield made of wood, braced with what seems to be a rose red enameled metal, kind of hold it all together. And you can tell that it is in the shape of a pan flute shield. And all of you would recognize, you've heard enough about them from tales, specifically William Bosserman wrote a play called A Midsummer's Night Dream that featured these little devilish creatures of mischief, a satyr. And you can tell that that is exactly what that person is. Standing next to this very serious looking professional individual, closer to her middle years, you can see some of the hair starting to fringe with gray. She looks down towards you all, and you can see her whisper something to the satyr woman and approach the group of you. And you can see she speaks in a very thick Tarkirian accent. You can tell that she's grown up in Tarkir for all of her life, and she says, "It is a pleasure to meet all of you. My name is May Shalinfa, and this here is Blossom." And she introduces herself as May, and the satyr woman standing next to her is Blossom. So this is Blossom, the satyr.
Cry, how cute.
Aww.
I can't. Gemma, did you draw this? It's so good.
Oh.
And then this right here.
Oh, no, it's cute. Don't cringe.
And this right here is May.
Oh. Definitely different side.
The odd couple for sure. So the two of them standing next to each other. And the Tarkirian woman, the satyr just kind of like has this big smile on her face and is just kind of like, oh, hi, it's nice to meet you. Hi. Just waving. And May kind of looks down at all of you, very serious look on her face, and she says, "So then I presume that the group of you are, if I am correct about what is happening here."
And who are you exactly?
My name is Meshalin Fahi, and...
Right, and who are you exactly?
Well... And you can see her kind of exhale, and she says, before we go any further, I am correct in presuming that you are Eurydice, Nalfion, Twig, Quilp, and Brandon?
Yep.
And then there should be another one of you, a Grok, correct?
And he'll be joining us soon.
Very well. Would you mind if we speak in a private area? This is rather important business.
Alright. Nalfion will just kind of like eye a like more private room and just kind of gesture with his head for them to head that way.
And you can see that as soon as like the barmaid, sort of the tavern owner, Vala, the halfling woman who you guys have been kind of going back and forth with, there's this look of recognition on May, and she just kind of nods and bows and leads you into one of the larger private common rooms. And May returns the nod, and you all enter into the room. So, she says, well, I find myself in a very interesting position. I would just like to say, from me personally, I am very grateful for what you've done in Highland Pass and for the services that were rendered here. You did a great service, and you should be justly rewarded for it.
Go on.
Before I discuss your reward, there are a few things that you should know about me. I am the captain of the guard in Verdalka, capital city. I serve Queen Omen herself on a day-to-day basis. There is another group that I serve by the name of the Silent Shields. You may or may not have heard. The Silent Shields are a small group of people, Tarkarians, who make sure they do everything they can to defend Tarkir from any type of extraplanar or otherwise threats. Now, sadly, what I cannot do is I cannot allow you to go on without extending the proper gratitude for people that have done such a great service as yourself. As someone who spends most of their days worrying about the safety and livelihood of the people of this nation, you must understand how grateful I am for what you've done. For that, it is not a large payment, as much of the gold of the coffers of Terkir is going towards repairing the cities that were destroyed, but a small payment is necessary for services rendered. It is only fair. There are, and she kind of looks around, 6 of you. So, it is only fair that a payment is made evenly betwixt the lot of you. And she's going to pull out, reach into a sort of small satchel that she has on her back. And yeah, she's going to pull out small purses that only have about 50 coins in them each. But as you open them, you can see they're platinum. So she hands 50 platinum to each one of you. And then the one for Grok, she'll just kind of hand that to Eurydice. Say, whenever the other one arrives, make sure that is indebted to him, as it is rightfully his.
Yep, I'll make sure he gets it.
Very good. Now, payment is paid. All of you could go your separate ways. You could go do whatever you wish. I would understand that. But you all have made a name for yourselves. You are all very recognizable as a group of people. And, well, people not just in Iverion, people not just in Tarkir, but in Iverion as well. They are people that need help all the same. I would like to start expanding our reach from Tarkir to Iverion as well. Sadly, none of the people that I have under my command are natives to Iverion. And as far as I understand, several of you are. Now, I am not offering membership into the Silent Shields, but instead what I am offering is a proposition, a deal.
When you continue on your adventures, whether they be in Tarkir or in Iverion, you try and right wrongs when you see them. You try and do what you did in Highland Pass as often as you can. Defend the people who are unable to defend themselves. Make sure that those forces of evil do not get what they want. Now, the only downside with this is there is a lot of information. Information that is only available to those who are either current or new members of the Silent Shields. A lot of information that the group of you, well, it would take too long to learn. This is where Blossom comes in. And Blossom just kind of been smiling this whole time. You can see they just give like a big toothy grin and wave hi again. Hi. That's me. I'm Blossom. Hi. What they wish to do, and what I wish them to do with you, is to travel with you. Now, I understand as a close-knit group as yourself, that may not be something you wish. Instead, allow me to put forth the facts. I am logic over emotion, as I believe most people should be, but here we are. Blossom has spent many, many years training with the Silent Shields, learning the mottos and codes in order to get into places that may not accept you otherwise. The proper ways to address lords and kings of different lands, whether they be in Eridane, Calderos, Ifera, or Thorol, regardless of where you go, she has spent much time learning on how to communicate with those individuals. She will give you the information necessary to gather contracts from the Silent Shields or to strike up deals and offers with high-power individuals, so that way you may speak to the people who are in charge, as opposed to just anyone off the street. I find that the purest source, the purest way to get information is from the source. So if you should accept Blossom, she will travel with you, and in all transparency and honesty, she will be messaging with me. I've given her a sending stone. With any time there is anything of interest, it will be reported to me. Now, I can understand as a group of individuals who just went through what you went through, you may not be so willing to trust, and there's nothing I can do to affect that trust other than asking that you do trust me. As you and I have a vested interest in the welfare of Tarkir, the welfare of Iverion, and the welfare of good people in general. That is my offer. You may accept or decline. I will not be affected either way.
Nelvin just kind of like looks at everyone else at the table.
Talk about this alone for a second, and then would you be okay with that if us as a group just kind of talked about it and then we came back to you?
Of course, I understand privacy is very important, and to feel as though you came to the decision on your own without any exterior influences, understandable. Blossom, I hear that they have a good mulled wine here. We will have a cup of that. And whenever you're ready, come get us from the common room.
Thank you.
Of course. And she, May and Blossom, head out.
Okay, what do we think?
Does Navia know anything about the Silent Shields?
Cheyenne Shields?
Yes.
Not more than what you would have heard already and what she said. They are, by all accounts, a group of, heroes, who go around defending cities and trying to be there before disaster strikes so they can save as many lives as they can, They are like the fantasy equivalent of like firefighters, like they get there as soon as they can, as quick as they can with magical means, and then they try and put out any fires that they can in the time they have. The only reason they weren't in Highland Pass is because there were too many fires and not enough silent shields.
Gotcha. I also sent you a message on Discord.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Nalthian is just going to kind of like look towards the door and then back at everyone at the table. From a realistic standpoint, us going into Dragon's Bay and without Grok, you all are more than capable of handling yourselves. I don't doubt that. but we are a decent amount of manpower down. Might not necessarily been a bad thing. Also, if they have connections to different people, could be a benefit rather than a negative. Here to see, what are you thinking?
They seem nice enough, and it's true, they have a lot of information we can't possibly learn. We're going to be meeting some important people. It might be good to have somebody like that with us.
Twig? Nalfion looks at Eurydice as I said that at the same time.
I mean, I feel like I just have to agree with Eurydice. It's probably a good idea to have someone, I guess, that might know more about things. And I guess the best way to approach things.
Din?
I mean, I don't think that it's a bad idea. I mean, for what it's worth, they seem like a nice person. And in all honesty, should we be in Tarkir, seems like they might be able to help us get information in there. I mean, even if we do go back to Sandpoint and I do become, at least heir to the throne there, I mean, I can still only do so much as a minor lord. So, I mean, if she knows enough, then maybe I don't see any harm in it. I always read stories about the Silent Shields when I was a kid.
Alright, well, I guess we've made our decision.
Let's just maybe consider what we say in front of them, though. If they're reporting everything back.
That is a very good point.
But yeah, as long as we're cautious of that, I don't see why we shouldn't take them.
Alright.
Quilp's just fallen asleep at the table.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure.
I wasn't gonna try and make you do the accent again.
Oh, God.
Oh gee. Oh my.
No, no. Stop that right now.
Gotta go back and listen to him. All right. So, made a decision?
Okay. Yeah, I'll go get them.
Okay, all right. So you go out into the common room and you can see that May is sitting right there, and then Blossom is sitting across the table from May, and the two of them are just sort of talking. And as you approach, May looks up to you and says, "So, have you made a decision?"
Yeah, we have. We would love to have you with us.
Oh, well, thanks. I think that, you all seem like you really know what you're doing, and honestly, I'm just happy to be a part of something so much bigger than me, I just, I feel like it's such a great opportunity, and I'm just really happy to be here, And she just has this, huge smile on her face.
Okay.
Well, I guess if you're gonna be with us, you should meet Lala.
Oh my god, Lala.
Oh my
You're
goodness.
just, holding it out, whole, can't remember, Lion King style, from front
Yeah, just under hands under the arms. Oh, and she and they grab them and say, "Oh my goodness, look at this small child," and kind of cradles it like a baby. And you can see that some of the roses on the armor begin to the roses on their armor begins to kind of glow just a little bit, and then she just starts. They just start talking down at the sheep and just having a full conversation with it. So where are you from? Oh, you're from the flat grassy place. Oh, that's very cool. Oh, you are just so Lala's your name? Oh my goodness. Oh my. This
Well, at
is the
least you
sweetest
fit right
child.
in.
Oh, thank
Wait,
you.
so you can also talk to her?
Oh yeah. Every once in a while I can talk to little little critters like this. Oh, look at that. And they'll kind of hand it back to you.
Why are we calling it it?
So
Oh,
Blossom
our pride and
will
joy.
hand her back. And then May will kind of look towards the group of you and say, very well. Well, if that is it, and that is everything, that's true. Well, that is all I had to say. If there is nothing else, I will be departing now, and Blossom will be staying with you. Yes, of course.
You have jurisdiction everywhere, essentially.
Most people know the Silent Shields by name. It carries a great deal of weight in Turkey, and the further you get from Turkey, the less weight it carries. If you were to go to Farah and go to, say, the native capital or any of the tribes there, and you were to say that you are a servant of the Silent Shields, they would probably look at you and blink and be very confused. But
I only asked because we do have some information on some cult activity. And if we can't be multiple places at once, maybe you can.
Oh, that is good. Well, not only are you effective at protecting cities, but you're also good at collecting information. I'm assuming this is about the 3 meeting locations?
Not just fucking knows. Correct. I see
Yes.
you already are up to date on this.
Yes, we are doing our best to investigate all 3 of the areas personally. I have sent some of my best to the Accursed Isle, truthfully hoping to find nothing there. But they're being sent out to explore, to find. But I will say, just so all of you are aware, in the past 2 months, there has been 0 cult activity anywhere. And even things that we've discovered have been related to House Markle. They have stopped. Now, me personally, I don't think that is because it's over. I think that it is much closer to an insect hiding underneath a rock waiting for its right moment to walk out. But be sure that anything I find, I will be sure to report back to Blossom, so that way they can tell you what is true and what I know. You see, we are working together as a team now. And teams share information. So, should I find anything out about House Markle, Blossom will know, and they will tell you what I know.
Well, I mean, do you then know, I guess, which of the places would be more likely?
Well, to me personally, I think the Accursed Isle is a little bit too obvious. That is where House Markle rose and fell, so I doubt that they would have a meeting there, or maybe... I knew a halfling once who used to say, the closer you are to danger, the farther you are from harm, but I don't think that is true in their case. There is also a scenario underneath the mountains, near the spine of the world. There are some dark stories that I hear come from there. A mountain underneath... a mountain, and underneath it, a city, a labyrinth of interconnected buildings and castles, an impenetrable fortress of stone and shadow. Not the Underdark, mind you. Not pushing that towards you, Nalfian, just kind of saying that out loud.
Yeah.
Not to the Underdark, mind you. No. The Underdark is at a level of depth where there is almost a magical border that you teleport into a different realm, practically. This
There's
is...
no chance that it's connected to the Dowie? Is there?
The Dowie... I'm sorry, it seems as though you found something that I did not know about.
Big's face like kind of lights up with that because like since these are people very like good on intel.
Well, they were old civilization of dwarves, and a lot of their places were underground.
But this is different than the Duragar, correct?
I remember they were like an offshoot from they had like a connection, didn't they?
Correct, yeah, they were an offshoot. So they were kind of like the middle dwarves between the Duragar and mountain dwarves.
Okay, I didn't know if it was like that way or the other way around or anything.
No, yeah.
Well, I think they were originally, but then they, I guess, moved more surface.
But still within the mountains.
Well, from what we understand.
You know.
I mean, I feel like they're mainly through Iverion, but there's a chance, I guess.
That's very interesting. I will have the scholars of the Silent Shields look into that. The Dowie, you said. Have you been to any of these ruins?
A couple.
Would you mind marking them on my map so I may have my scholars investigate?
Sure.
Thank you.
And I mean, we know where a few others that we haven't been to are.
Well then, I suppose that whatever you plan to do next, that might have some bearing on it. This is your mission. I will not interfere with your quest at all. Should I find any information out about those places in particular you have not been, I will be sure to have Blossom inform you of what it is.
I feel like that'd be helpful for both parties then.
Very good.
And we'll probably like enlist in to like help with some of those locations.
Oh yeah, and sort of she pulls out her own personal map that is very rough, but you can see that it has like these odd markings on it that seem to be like lines interconnecting cities. You're not exactly sure what they mean, but you do notice that and a few other markings, and you sort of point out where they are with Den. He says, yep, right there and right there. Yeah, right there. That's what they said on the map. And she nods and scribbles a few notes down in a small leather-bound journal, and wraps it up. This is very interesting. I'm very happy to have collected this information and to have made some new allies. You all seem like competent fighters and strategists, so I'm always happy to have people on my side who seem to know what they're doing. So thank you for being intelligent. You're welcome. No problem. Happy to help. Stint's kind of looking at everybody else like, help me. Say something.
It's not that. I don't know what to say.
Nothing, just nods. He vibes.
Okay. All right. So, with that, May will give you all a nod and say it was a pleasure meeting you. May, is there anything, Blossom, is there anything you may need before I depart? And they just kind of look up at her, and they're just still kind of looking towards Lala, and they just say, oh no, I've got everything I need right here. I'm good, thanks. Wow, look at those little eyes. That's beautiful. And you can see May just kind of inhales and exhales. Okay, if you insist. Well, farewell. Safe travels. And May will head out, leaving U5 and Blossom as they're just kind of sitting there. They've kind of pulled their sword belt off and they've set it on the table, and they pull their shield off and now we're holding it just like a pan flute, and they just begin to sort of play, just blowing on it, creating those more resonant notes of the flute. And you can see that Lala just kind of like shakes her head back and forth with some of the notes. Oh, you like that one, don't you? Oh, yeah, I like it quite a bit too. It's one of my favorites.
Oh,
So,
hi.
Blossom.
Hi, yeah, I'm Blossom. It's great to meet you. I'm really happy to be here. Like I said, I just think it's a really great opportunity, and you all seem like really friendly people, and I don't know, I'm just stoked to be here.
Yeah, really happy to have you. You've got such a nice energy. You're so happy.
Oh, thank you. To me, it's all about a positive mindset, right? If you think positive, things will be positive.
It's a really good mindset.
Yeah. Thank you. By the way, I love your hair, by the way. And your eyes. It's like little tiny fire pits. That's so cool.
Thank you. No one ever compliments my hair. Oh, thanks.
Well,
And the
that
eyes
is a tragedy. That's it.
Oh,
Every day I'm going to find a new way to compliment your hair. That's my mission.
Thank you. It's a very nice
Blossom,
mission.
where did you say you're from again?
Well, that's a complicated question. Do you mean like in getting here or like from like where I was born? Because it's two separate answers. I mean, I can do both if you want. I just, it's really up to you.
Enlighten me.
Enlighten you? Okay. I don't think it's enlightening. It's just more informative, but whatever floats your boat. I'm not gonna mince words here. So I'm from the Feywild. That's kind of the first thing. I was born there. And there was a silent shield who ended up being teleported into the Feywild somehow. There was some type of bad person, and, well, the monsters followed them, and, well, one thing led to another, and I was kind of left without parents, people to watch over me. And the silent shield, they felt so bad, they took me in. And they took me back to the material plane, and they kind of raised me, and they taught me how to fight, they taught me how to talk, they taught me how to stay positive even in the darkest situation. And, well, from there, I left when I was maybe 17, 18. I traveled for a bit, adventured, did a little bit of, dungeon delving, just because I always read that that's what you're supposed to do. So I tried it. And while I was adventuring, while I was adventuring, I actually, and you can see that as they're sort of talking, and they've set the pan flute down, they're kind of fiddling with their fingers, and you can see that on their left hand, they have what looks to be gold ring on their ring finger. Well, while I was adventuring, I actually, I met somebody, and, and you can see this is like the first moment where she's kind of like slowed down a little bit and just kind of smiling very genuinely and says, that's when I met Eliza, and, well, she's just, we were going through a dungeon, and she just, there was some skeleton that shot me with an arrow in the thigh, and she healed it, and we went through the rest of it together, and, it sounds so silly now, but I just felt a really strong connection with her. And, well, after that, we went to Wexany, and currently that's where she is with our son Theodore. And Theodore's still pretty young, but my dad, I guess you could call him, my adoptive father, he passed away a couple months ago. And, well, I felt like it was only right. I already knew about the Silent Shields. I already knew a lot about what they did, and I know that they do good things, and they help someone like me who probably wouldn't have been able to do much live and survive and thrive. And I met Eliza, and then we adopted Theodore, and it just felt right. So I do miss them, just in all honesty. And I'm sorry if I talk about Theodore and his big brown eyes and his cute little pointy ears, but, you know, it's just going to happen sometimes, and you're going to have to deal with it.
How old is he?
Theodore turned 5 just before I left. Now, he's young for an elf, but he's a very brave little young man. And...
Well, Blossom, I'm Nalfian, Sir Nalfian Rainier.
Oh, a knight.
It is all in a day's work. It's great to have you on the team. I'm sure we'll love to hear more about Theodore.
It is great to be here. Oh, you better. And she'll kind of look to you, Yuri, as you're like the tears. Oh, sweetheart, no. And she'll kind of tuck, like, from a small little satchel. She'll kind of pull out a little, like a white cloth that has this, like, red rose embroidery.
It's just really, really wonderful. And I don't hear so many nice stories all the time.
Oh, no, Pierre, please, blow your nose. You got some dribble coming out of your nose. Go ahead. There you go. See? And blow. Oh, sorry, you're an adult. Sorry, I'm used to having a 5-year-old. That's my bad.
I'm an adult.
You're capable
okay.
of blowing your own nose.
Yeah. That's really nice, though. It's really sweet.
Yeah. Well. Amazing. I can already tell we're going to get along because when I brought up Theodore, nobody here groaned. So, we're off to a great start.
Well, if you're going to be with us, then I think you should strap in, because we've got a lot to get you caught up on.
Okay, and
Quill
by the way...
would probably like to hear this as well. I kind of looks to Quill who it's definitely there.
I will also say, Quilp nods. And he doesn't say anything. He just goes, and Blossom, they'll go, by the way, I never took an oath to be a knight, so, and I'm not even a full silent shield yet. So, as uncomfortable as it might make me, if there is something you don't want me to share with May, if you really don't want me to, I won't. But you just got to tell me beforehand. I like you all, and I want to get to know you more. But, I also don't want to set things off on the wrong foot by just telling May everything, and then you say, well, why'd you tell her that? And I said, well, because I said I'd tell her everything, and you didn't tell me that I shouldn't tell her that, and, so... Huh?
I feel like it'd be better for you to, I guess, ask before telling her things.
Okay, yeah. It's safe to say, though, that anything related to House Markle, that's probably okay to send to her regardless?
I think so.
Okay.
That should be fine.
All right. Anything else? Base by base. Sounds good.
Nalfian would then, be careful of what he says, only giving her, the specifics. Just fill her in on everything we know about House Markle and their activity.
Okay.
I would, for now, as long as Twig's okay with it, I would fill her in on some of the Forester stuff, just so she kind of they kind of understand, the relationship that we have. And Nalfian's a knight today all of a sudden. But only kind of gauging Twig's reaction and only saying so much. Definitely won't be bringing up Asmodeus unless Eurydice.
You.
Yeah,
she's not bringing it up.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay, I didn't think so. So we'll just avoid that. But then he'll also kind of talk about Grok and let them know who that is. So when this big ass orc man comes through the door,
Hobgoblin.
Oh, yeah.
They're not freaking out about Grok's. Yeah. So.
Oh, you know a hobgoblin? I knew a hobgoblin when I was growing up in Verdalka. Oh, what was his name? He was so sweet. He was just the kindest. He was
I can tell you it's not Grok.
No. You know, I think that Whoa, Alec.
Sorry,
Alec
I
does
didn't mean to
not
click on
like
that.
Blossom.
No, my bad. I was trying to click off the screen. I'm sorry. Ah.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but he does seem rather abrasive, and I don't mean that in a bad way. It's just, probably not him. No. Anyway.
But he's a good friend, and he cares a lot, so he should be returning soon. And then now we'll talk about Heather, Scott, and the crew. Is there anything else that they should know? Or was that pretty good?
I think that's like the
Or
basis.
maybe like talk about, going to back to Sandpoint and what the whole deal there is.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Then
Just
now
like,
fulfill the
they're
metal
gonna be
knot.
there for that, so
Yeah. And like the
It's probably a
importance of
good
like,
thing to.
yeah, like the original quest line in the first place of finding all these artifacts and going up to Heartcrest, but then stopping at Sandpoint on the way, and if Din would be okay explaining that. Like, I feel like they're sitting in the tavern for a good couple hours.
Oh, yeah.
As, Nalf is explaining, you're helping out every now and then, Twig bouncing in, like, yeah.
Yeah,
He probably
yeah.
ends up like going to bed like partway through it as it gets like later into the night.
Yeah, and you can see that Blossom, they are listening very carefully. Every once in a while, they pull out a small, like, handheld leather journal, and they start to make a few scratches in it, just writing some things down that they feel is extra pertinent that they'll want to remember. And nod, and you go through the whole story, just kind of recounting to them all of the different things. And by the time you get to the end of it, they kind of like blink a couple times, these big, like brown eyes, and they look down at a few of their notes, reference a few things, sort of mumbling to themselves, and say, "Okay, wow, yeah, you all have really been busy. I can see. Oh my goodness. Well, I do know of a few people who are willing to partner with the Silent Shields in Raven Rock and in Hearthcrest, and one person at the College of Hearthcrest. I'll do some discussing with tomorrow night to get their names and details, and then maybe we can figure out some way to reach out to them and establish some type of meeting or connection in order to get whatever you need with the... Did you try and explain the time travel stuff?
That's on Yuri. That's all on
Yuri.
Yuri.
There's no point. Like, no thanks.
There's no point.
It hurts our brains.
Okay,
it doesn't do any good explaining it.
Okay. So then maybe the mage there might be able to help with any information, or typically near mages colleges there are usually some bad people hanging around those parts that want to do some damage to the nice people. So maybe there's something to do there, or maybe in Raven Rock. I don't know. I'm just happy to have an adventure. This is going to be pretty fun. Okay. Well, great.
Well, let's just hope that energy lasts.
Oh, yeah. Believe me. Listen, you take care of a little boy from the ages of 1 to 3, and believe me, after that, you can handle anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think so, probably. Maybe.
Let's reconvene in the morning, and guess heading out soon.
I guess so. Oh, that's exciting. Okay, well, I'll get my room, and then, I guess I'll just hang around the tavern in case you all need anything, and then when we leave, I'll just leave with you. Look at that. Oh, that's fun. Ooh. A party of adventurers setting off into the scary world. Ooh. Fun.
Nalfian, can I grab you just for a second, please?
Absolutely. Blossom, and he'll give her a little nod.
Mm-hmm. She'll give you a smile. And they'll be going back and forth with Din kind of on one of the maps, just sort of referencing different points, clarifying a few things. You can see that regardless of the more floaty, airy nature that they have to them, they are very intelligent. They're very keen on knowing the information and trying to make sure that everything's in the right order in their head. But you pull Nalfian away, and there'd probably be a brief moment where Din kind of grabs Sleeping Quilp and Sleeping Twig and carries both of them upstairs. Just one in each arm.
All right, here we go. Okay. Oh, man. Oh, Quilp is a lot heavier than I thought he'd be.
Getting them arm workouts in.
Yep. Can't skip arm day. Okay, so you pull him off to the side and you can have a conversation with him now.
Okay, she's gonna kind of like run a hand through her hair and like, okay, so we're going to Wheat Hill, apparently.
Are you gonna give me the lowdown on how to act in front of Pops? Is that what's happening here? I'm very alluring. I can be on my best behavior. And he's just kind of like smiling.
My family. She's like really kind of struggling. I don't have any.
Okay, so you can see him realize that he's an asshole immediately. And he like drops a smile and he kind of like takes you by the hands and he's gonna say, I'm very sorry. I didn't realize.
Yeah, because I lied about it. So it's not your fault, really, is it? It's a lot easier to pretend that I have family than to explain that they
Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand. We don't have to go through there. I mean, we can just go around.
We kind of need to, and maybe you'll be good. Maybe you'll be healing. She looks like she's half convinced when she says that.
You're right to see. We'll go way around. How about that?
I don't know. I'll decide when we're closer. I mean, I haven't been back in a while, so it might be nice to go back to the house. Or what's there.
Only if you want to. Alright? You have the time to think about it. But whatever it is you want, I'll make it happen.
Okay. I'll let the others know at some point. I just... If I didn't say something, then you might keep, making the comments.
I absolutely would, because I'm an asshole, so I'm glad you said something. And I'm sorry.
You weren't trying to be an asshole. It's okay.
It's part of the charm.
Mm-hmm.
And he,
yeah.
gives her a little playful nudge.
Yeah, definitely part of the charm. Yeah.
Thank you for telling me. We'll worry about it when we get there, and you can make your decision then.
Thank you. And she gives him a hug.
Yeah, he'll hug her back and offer his arm to escort her back to their room.
Yeah, she'll take the arm, and then I guess we're going to bed.
Okay. Well, as the two of you are kind of getting ready to depart, Eurydice, having been working here for the past while, there are a few patrons in here, and there's one older man in a booth as you're just kind of walking around, making sure that everybody collected their things from the table. The older man at the booth says,
"Oh, excuse me, miss, you work here, correct?"
Yeah, I do. What can I do for you?
Oh, I just didn't see any other waitresses. I was just hoping to get just a little bit of bread and some ale, if you might be able to spare the trip. I think I heard
definitely.
you saying you were heading off to bed. I'm very sorry. It's just that
No, it's okay. I do work here. Really, I should be doing my job. I'll be back in just a moment.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
She's gonna smile at Nalfian, like, I guess I'll see you later, and she's gonna run off and get the stuff and bring it back.
Okay.
Again, Nalfa will head upstairs to do his goodnight to Twig then.
You had a bed. You grabbed some sourdough bread and a nice warm cup of ale and set them down on the table. And he says,
Oh, thank you, my young dear. Would you... Like I said, I know you were heading off to sleep, but could this old man borrow your time for just a moment?
Yeah, sure. Honestly, I'm not that tired. And she's gonna slide down and sit down in the booth with him.
Okay. You can see his eyes kind of look over past his shoulder up the stairs. As soon as Nalfian gets up the stairs, she says,
I thought he'd never leave.
The old man's face smiles as that's Day's voice. Still staying in old man form, he now talks to you in his regular voice and says,
Oh, God.
So, going back to Wheat Hill, are you?
Yes.
That's good. Because I'm afraid that there's something I'll need you to do in Wheat Hill.
What could you possibly need me to do there?
Well, there is something I've discovered. There are a group of individuals living within Wheat Hill, something I've just discovered a few days ago. These individuals, they gather every dusk in the tavern. They make friends with the people they buy drinks. And then they head to a small abandoned building. I had an imp do some scouting one night, and they heard a voice echoing from within inside that house. A voice that was deep and full of terror. A voice that belongs to something truly chaotic, truly evil. If my assumptions are correct, I believe this to be the one that you discovered, allied with the Dawi. Sadly, with how the father of lies works, the great lord of the dark, how he works. It's like a poison. People in towns, they don't know it at first. A small pellet in a cup of water. A subtle wave of a hand in a conversation. They start to find certain things more agreeable. They start to believe one thing that they never would when they're affected by these individuals. And I'm afraid that by the time you get there, it may be a little too late for them. As I've said, I am very keen on keeping what's mine. Should the material plane fall, layer after layer will keep falling until it gets to me. I intend to root out every weed I can. I have my own things I need to worry about in the 9 hells. But you are on your way. I'm going to tell you you can investigate and try and find these 3 and kill them. But I'm telling you right now, in a month or two when you arrive in that city, those people will be far gone. You kill their saviors, they'll revolt against you. There's only one way to make sure that it's rooted, weed and stem. When you get there, all you must do is think of me. Channel whatever energy I give you. And there will be no cultists of the Dark One we need to worry about.
If I don't want to? This sounds... Are you sure they'll be too far gone by then? That's not... There were people there that I knew. They can't be too far gone by then. We have to at least try before we just wipe everyone out.
You can try. But as soon as those three get the whiff of what you're doing, they won't hesitate. Hesitation is what gets good people killed. You can try. I won't stop you. This is yours to do with what you will. But should something bad happen and that town turn on you, because those three deem you dark friends, they deem you servants of the Dark One. I'll give you whatever power you want. But that power will save no one. It'll save you, and all of your friends will perish in the flames. That isn't a threat, by the way. I want you to know the gravity of the situation.
I want an insight check day.
Okay, alright, make an insight check. Make an insight check.
I think I've incited him before.
You're learning, you're growing as a person.
It's a 19!
19, okay. That is pretty
I want to
good.
know if he's like lying or if he's making this seem like worse than it is so that my only option is to like blow the place up.
I will say that was a natural 2 plus 16. So that's an 18.
Yes.
So you can tell that most of what he's saying is true. There are Dark Friends, servants of the Dark One, cultists that are communing with the Dark One, that are going back and forth, trying to turn the will of these people. What was dishonesty was him saying that he wouldn't be able to save your friends. It's his magic. He could choose to have it be however all-encompassing he wants, or to spare whoever he wants. That part was a lie. The rest of it, though, was the truth.
Okay. Jesus kind of like studying his face as he's talking. Right. What do you have against my friends?
I have nothing against your friends individually. Nalfian, however, you don't think it's strange, that echo of his? a wisping, creeping, indomitable shadow. A shadow that, at least from what I can tell, would much rather be in charge, the one holding on to the reins. I care about your safety, Eurydice. And it seems as though that man, Nalfian, regardless of knighthood, he doesn't have what it takes to tell that shadow no. It's only a matter of time before it decides to take over and do what it wants.
No, you're wrong. He's better than that, and he's going to figure out a way around this. And don't pretend that you actually care about my safety. What you care about is how well I'm able to serve you and serve your needs. You said it yourself. You cannot feel compassion. You pretend to manipulate people.
It shows how rudimentary you think. Just because I can't feel compassion doesn't mean I don't care. I'm self-preserving, that's true. I want to maintain me and what I've built, what I've created. And my best interest is you. Keeping you safe, keeping you alive, helps me. So it is in my best interest to care about your safety. Think. Don't act on emotion. Act on logic. You know, Bianca, her demon controller, the one who owns her soul, Issen. Issen tried to play my game. He tried to be self-preserving, tried to tell her what she wanted to hear, to get her to do what he wanted. And you know what? He got angry, he got upset, and he failed. And that's why Bianca's a non-issue anymore. In fact, she's an ally. Because he acted with emotion, acted chaotically. I will tell you the truth to your face. If you were Nalfian, or Grace, or Blossom, or Brandon, or Grok, or Quilp, I wouldn't care if you died. But you are who you are. So I care a great deal because it serves me. Honesty is important. Logic is important. So when you get to Wheat Hill, do whatever investigation you want. Try and solve this peacefully, and when the moment comes, when you're backed up into a corner and you only have one choice, remember, I do care. And I will be there for you.
She shakes her head, looks away from him, and then just kind of slowly has this kind of odd smile. No, maybe I'm not the most logical person in the world, but my emotion is what gives me my strength. I will figure out what I am going to do. And as for caring about me being alive doesn't matter if I don't want to serve you.
Well, if that's how you feel, that's how you feel. By the way, how much for the bread and ale? Oh, you know what? And he pulls out a gold coin. Keep the change. Have a great rest of your night, Eurydice, and good luck on your adventures. And he'll get up, and in the blink of an eye, as the old man is standing up from the table, it shifts into that black cloak, trimmed with red, long black hair, deep copper skin. May you travel safely, Eurydice of Wheat Hill. I'm going to give you a smile and a bow, and then he'll leave.
Eurydice's gonna wait for a second, kind of flipping the coin between her fingers. And then she's gonna walk out the door behind him, shut it, and she's gonna say, "You said I could see my parents again. Let me talk to them, and I'll reconsider."
How about this? You make it to Wheat Hill, and before you do anything there, before you even pull up to the gate, all you need to do is go to your house. I'll be waiting, and you can talk to them there. You see, unless, of course, you'd like to come with me to Asphodel right now. Death works in strange ways, spirits as well. That location, where they're at, there's a lot of magic there that will make communing with them easier. Make it to Wheat Hill, go to your old house, and from there, you can talk to them for as long as you like. And until then, you can continue to choose to ignore me. Don't worry about me. I will stay out of your hair until you arrive in Wheat Hill. I give you this freedom. No more quietly observing, no more shape-shifting, and you can see that in that moment as he waves his hand over his face a few times, he changes into 5 or 6 different people that you just seen walking around the street.
Oh, fuck.
No more of this. Not that you knew, see honesty. I will let you do whatever you want, say whatever you want, and I will know none of it until you arrive in Wheat Hill. How's that?
Yeah, fine.
Very good. You know what? I feel bad. I feel like I didn't tip enough. Here. And he'll flip a platinum piece up through the air. And it's up to you if you want to catch it. It's coming right through your hand, but it's up to you if you just want to let it fall in the snow.
Just as it fall in the snow.
Okay. Or you can make some homeless person very happy in the morning. Oh, look at that. I did a good deed. Farewell, Eurydice. And as I said, enjoy your journey. And with that, as he kind of steps away, there is this just sort of snowdrift that falls off of a building. And as you sort of look around it, you can see there's no person walking anywhere except small bits of ember that just sort of drift up to the sky until they're extinguished by snowflakes.
She walks back inside. She like stands out there for a little bit and is just fuck.
Okay. All right. Are you doing anything else before you head upstairs?
She'll clean away the remnants of the bread and the because she works well. And then she's gonna go upstairs.
Okay, before
And-
you head
yeah.
upstairs, Nalfian, you wanted to do something with Twig, right? I'm assuming that's before Eurydice gets up there, or were you going to wait, just sitting in their room? I think you're muted. On Discord.
Oh,
Yep.
I was like, that's weird to just creepily sit in there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nah. So, yeah, I mean, I didn't notice anything off about the old guy, I assume, so.
Oh, no, yeah. He just seemed normal and kind of lonely.
Okay. So yeah, Dolphin would have went upstairs to, like, say goodnight to Twig. I assume by the time he gets up there, Twig's already asleep. Correct?
Yeah, probably like just like, got herself settled and like started to drift off.
Okay. Then yeah. He would very quietly go into the room. Like, his goal is not to, like, wake her up.
Mm-hmm.
And just kind of, like, go and sit on the, like, edge of her bed next to her. I feel like he's Dexy enough to be able to do this without waking her up, hopefully.
Yeah, no stealth check necessary. You're good.
Okay. Yeah. There has been a lot on his mind today, especially after being knighted, which was something that he wasn't really expecting, and I feel like one of the things Nalfian's really good at is painting himself to be something, and doing so that way how he really feels isn't being shown. So in this moment, that smile he probably wore all day, it's a kind of a different smile. It's very genuine. Maybe a little bit of fear, too, and concern, thinking back to the conversation him and Yuri had and what happened at the end of it. He's not trying to be a creep, but he is just kind of, like, looking to Twig, brush her little hair out of her face, and he can kind of feel where he put the dagger to his throat earlier in the day, and I think that makes him kind of touch his neck a little bit. Part of him feels stupid for that, because now he feels as though between Twig and Eurydice, he has a better purpose, and that would be the stupidest thing he could have done, so a little bit of guilt. Yeah. Yeah, so having his healed, I don't know, he just kind of reaches up to where his throat is, and he sees where his locket is, and I think he's gonna take it off, and for the first time in a long time, just open it to himself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And just kind of look between that and Twig, and he's gonna close it. And he's gonna say his goodnight to her. And there's gonna be a moment where he, like, really wants to just kind of leave it, but he doesn't want her to just be like, what the fuck is this? And wake up with it. So he's gonna kind of, like, quietly nudge Lala out of the way and squat down next to Twig, and he's gonna gently wake her up.
Okay. So, Twig, you feel a light nudge on your shoulder.
Something happening?
No, it's just me. I'm sorry to wake you up. But I was doing some thinking, and now bear with me, because this isn't gonna make sense, and I probably shouldn't have woken you up to do this. If I don't do it now, I don't know if I will get a chance to later. So, from what I know, when you're a knight and there's a lady involved, typically the lady gives the knight a favor, right? And that is to represent the bond they have. Twig, I want to give you this as my favor to you. I'm serious about doing this.
I will go to this green lady and I will fight for you. If you will accept me.
Well, of course I would. I mean, hopefully you don't need to, I guess, at least fight alone.
I can take him. He kind of like smiles.
Is he like holding the locket out?
Yeah.
Probably like takes that moment of like recognition, like still kind of a little bit out of it.
And you sure you want me to have it?
I do. It would mean everything to me if you would.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I refused it before. I hope I didn't. And it was on your birthday as well. I hope I didn't ruin it.
No, love, it's not. I should have explained it better. I promise you it's nothing bad. It's nothing from that bad place. It is only happiness. And when the time is right, together we will open it. But sometimes I know I can be a bit much. And not always serious, but I want you to know how serious I am about this.
Oh, thank you. It does mean a lot.
And he will, like, give her a little hug. Remember what I said. If you ever see that thing, remember that this is me right now. And that's not...
I know that.
Okay.
But you will say when the time is right to open it?
I will.
Right.
I'm sorry for waking you up.
I mean, if you ever want it back, you will need to ask.
And he'll just nod. Okay, little bird, you need to go to sleep, and I need to stop waking you up.
Make sure you have a good night.
I will. And he'll, like, put the little locket on her, and he'll, like, kiss her forehead.
Rest well, my fair knight.
As you, my lady. And he'll give her a little bow before leaving.
Okay. So, with that, Nalthian, probably just as you're leaving the room, and Twig, as you're sort of nestling up next to Lala again, that's probably about Eurydice when you get back into the room.
She would be in the hallway, kind of just like pinching the bridge of her nose and like trying to calm herself down a little. Like her tattoos are kind of like glowing this kind of really harsh red, and she's just ugh. So she's in the hallway right now.
Yeah, Nalthian will, like, slowly close the door behind him, and then see Eurydice. Hey. What is going on? Creepy old man? I can knock him out if you want.
No, don't knock him out, it's fine. I'm just, really tired.
Insight check.
Make a deception check, Yuri.
Turntables.
My deception's pretty good.
My insight's pretty bad.
Womp.
Yep, it is.
Oh shit.
What'd you get?
That is a 11.
All right. Yeah, no, seems like she's telling the truth. Yeah.
I mean, I can tell she's a little distressed, if anything, but...
Yeah, you can tell that it's that, but, like, other than that, it just seems like she's tired, yeah.
Okay. Well, he's gonna narrow her eyes at her a little bit. Alright, well, maybe you should go to bed.
Yeah, I just wanted to calm down before I went back in there. I don't want to go in tattoos blazing. You know, they do that sometimes, and I don't mean them to, and... Oh, it's a struggle.
You're ready to say go get some sleep. We'll be gone from this place tomorrow. Okay? And he'll, like, pull her in for a hug again.
Yeah, she was about to ask for one. Yeah. She's gonna kind of, like, hug him really, really, really tight. And she's gonna just say... I don't want to be who I am anymore. I wish I could be like you. 'Cause you're not the same person that you were, and I feel like I've not changed.
The fact that you can say that right now says that you have. You are the kindest person I know, but you are so cruel to yourself. Stop it. Whatever this is with... he goes to say Asmodeus, but he stops himself and says, Day. We're gonna figure that shit out. I promised you that.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're stronger than you think, Eurydice. I promise you that. And he'll give her a kiss on the forehead, too.
Hey.
Now go to sleep.
Okay. Well, I'll meditate.
Yeah, I won't be doing that. Recalling the last time he did that.
Yeah, I'll, And the tattoos have kind of, like, died down. Yeah. I'm gonna go. Good night.
Good night. And he'll, like, wait for her to go in the room. Close the door, and then he'll go to his room.
Okay. Alrighty, sounds good. So, Nalthian, as you get into your room, you can see Din and Quilp are both already asleep. They are both, like, unarmored, and like I said, they're both just kind of passed out on their beds, because it is definitely late enough now. You take off your armor, and you lay down for sleep. You have this moment. That moment where you are right in between asleep and awake. Where your body just kind of relaxes. And for some reason, you're jolted back awake, but you are stuck, frozen. You can't move, like sleep paralysis, where your eyes can dart around, but you got caught up in that moment, that position right between asleep and awake. You just are frozen and you can't do anything. And you can see these long, shadowy limbs, almost like spider legs, tapping on the ceiling and wall and ground, till eventually all of those tendrils begin to just form above you into Shadow Nelf, looking down above you. You want so badly to lunge for your weapon, to try and fight, but you cannot move. And it is so frustrating. You are just heaving, almost like spittling out of your mouth, just trying to summon any strength you can, but you're frozen.
And Shadow Elf just shakes his head, says, "Oh." No. I told you a month ago, you lose. I gave you a chance. And what do? You get knighted. You hug and you kiss, you give gifts. Make promises, keep deals. No. Not anymore.
Can't talk. I
No,
can't
you
move,
can't.
I can't talk.
No, you can't do or say anything. You are frozen. Not even afraid. You are so angry. You would give everything you could to lunge out and get your sword and attack. And you're just in this frozen place. And now, I've learned that if I'm to serve my great lord, it's no coaxing, no deals. To serve the great lord of the dark, I must do what is necessary. And Nalfian, frozen there in paralysis, you can just see that roiling mass of shadows make its way towards the door and just move underneath the door. Still frozen. Nalfian, there's nothing you can do right now. The mass moves into the room. Eurydice and Twig. Both of you can hear Nalfian's voice, but distorted, say, "Well, if it isn't my two favorite people." And all you can see is this just massive shadows, like a bundle of snakes just clashing all together, violent, angry, and chaotic, moving closer and closer towards you.
As it's getting closer,
Mm-hmm.
I feel like since obviously Twig was very much made awake from, like, you know, Nalfian coming in, and since he's coming in from the door, I imagine that's not going to be an option. So Twig's gonna kind of scatter for a little bit, and just grabbing a length of rope, she's gonna cast rope trick.
No, you can't. As soon as it enters into the room, that
Shit.
fog moves across the ground and almost like sludge. You're just stuck in it and can't move.
Fuck.
And
Okay,
the
that case, she's
shadows.
just yelling for Nalfian.
Yeah, and Nalfian, you can hear it. You can hear her screaming, and you can see. You sort of look over, and you can see Din and Quilp are both of them are frozen as well. Just eyes just open, looking over towards you, just shaking, not able to do anything.
I can't do anything.
Nothing. No.
You can learn, could you? I'm broken, and I will always be broken, and no matter what promises I make, I'll break them. I am not a good man. I will never be a good man. I am a monster. And you, both of you will learn that right now.
And the two of you, as you are being lifted up by the shadows, almost being consumed by them, the door flings open. And a voice booms out, an older voice, a more mature voice, but Nalfian's voice says, "Put them down right now." And Nalfian, yes, I'm talking to you, Kayla. Nalfian, you shout that out. You have your rapier, you have your dagger out. You see this roiling mass of shadow in front of you drops Eurydice and Twig onto the ground. The two of you kind of clatter to the ground. You feel that paralysis kind of form as there's nothing you can do, and you realize that you probably shouldn't. Even if you could move, you should not do anything. The roiling mass of shadows looks towards you, Nalfian. After you have been through hell and high water, you were flung into the future by this thing. You killed Brandon because of this thing. This thing is the reason why you were lost in time for who knows how long. Aimless, floating, only able to read, only able to
you had to find the bodies and items of all of these people, of your friends, your companion. You had to bury them because no one else was alive to do so. This thing is the reason you weren't there. You feel that magical essence, that echo begin to form in you. You, one of the most powerful Echo Knights that has ever existed. There is no limit to your power, and you can tell that this thing, giving all of the good graces of the Dark One, has a similarly limitless power. So, Kayla, just so you know, this is going to work very similarly to the Chaos Duel that Cyrus did, okay? So, no mechanics, no nothing. This is all on you to be as creative as you possibly can. You are old Nalfian, all right? So the roiling mass of shadows is just sitting there, waiting, like a tiger looking at its prey. So, Nalfian, I ask you, it is your turn to make the first move.
Okay, so the very first thing that he is going to do is he's going to cast dancing lights, but like right in this thing's wherever its eyes would be to attempt to blind it. And immediately he is going to shout for the girls to get out of the room. And if there is a like a dresser or a bed or something, as soon as they are out of the room, he's gonna just throw it in front of the door, so it's just him and the creature.
Yeah, Nalfian, what you're able to do is you've gotten to the point where you can summon about as many copies of yourself as you...
Okay, well then 5 of them are picking up Eurydice and Twig and dashing them out of the room.
Yeah, exactly.
Another 20 is just already on top of this thing, hashing and slashing into it. Like, I didn't know that. Then you see, like, 20 Nalfians coming from one corner and about 20 more coming from the other corner of the room.
Okay, so with that, as you challenge this thing and you just dive in, there are just so many copies of you that just shoot out from your sides, begin to dash towards Eurydice and Twig, ripping them from the shadows. You can see that as opposed to the writhing forms that you knew that your Echo used to be, these bright white entities of wisping smoke and light begin to cling to one another. They go towards Eurydice and they dispel the shadow as if it were light and darkness, just cutting away. Eurydice, you can see that this is definitely older Nalfian, and Twig, the same thing. They pick you up and they just cover you as that shadow is just lashing out in these thick, sharp black tendrils, slicing away time after time again, cutting away hundreds of Nalfians, you having to resummon them, but eventually they shield them enough, get them out, and Nalfian, young Nalfian, you can see older versions of yourself, these white wispy shadows, these echoes of light, throw the two of them into the, like, set them down into the room and then run back across the hall back into the other room as you are still paralyzed. But the two of them are in the room. Eurydice, Twig, you can make your way over to the other 3 and try and help getting them up. But for now, we're going to cut back to the bedroom. So you can see, Nalfian, as the giant shadow creature is just lashing out. It is taking away parts of the building with it anytime it slashes and cuts, and it does land a few blows. The dancing light does disorient it a little bit, so it's not able to hurt you too much, and the echoes are distracting. But you can tell, if left in here, it's going to do quite a bit of damage to this place.
Then I would like to kind of like a football lineup. I just want to like 20 Nals lined up across horizontal and just rush it out of the side of the building.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure, sounds good. So you grab on and you just tackle, and these echoes of light cut through it like a warm knife through butter as you charge in and just fling them out of the tavern, breaking through the wall, breaking out of the window. Glass and wood and stone shatter onto the ground as now this writhing mass of shadow illuminated by the moonlight. Bits and pieces of snow just flying past as you can see that now it is just this writhing mass of shadow, weightless, limitless, blending in with the darkness, staring you down. Nalfian, you know that you have great powers and you know how to tap into the weave. So,
I was just about to ask, can I just tear a hole? And just, I don't know if I could, whatever, the Dunamatic Stutter, I don't know if I could stop time and just literally claw something open and take it out. Old man Nalfian is willing to fuck shit up and go into the place in between realms to take
Holy shit. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you learned. It was just whenever you tried to go from reality to reality, you just found only destruction. You can jump through realities, you just can't jump through time. That was always the issue you had. So that is exactly what you do. Now, using your sword slashes, you cut through the weave. You cut through reality, and you just charge into this writhing monster. It makes a few more good slashes at you, and you can feel blood beginning to pour out of your body as it is doing crazy amounts of damage. But you know what you need to do. In order to give you a chance back in that tavern, it needs to be gone. So you cut into it, you slash into it, cutting into existence and just charging, summoning hundreds of Nalfians, illuminating the sky in this almost cascade of fireworks. These bright white illuminations of yourself charge at this thing, cutting through reality, causing this swirling bit of cosmos almost to leak out of the sky as you charge into the writhing mass of shadow creatures. It tries as best it can to cut through every single one of you, but it is unable to, especially as existence begins to collapse in on it. And Nalfian, you have a choice. You can either fall into the realm between with it and lose yourself, or you can attempt to stay at the chance that it may come back, that it may not be all the way gone.
If there's even a chance, he's just going.
Okay. So with that, if you're going to just go, I'll give you this opportunity. You can use sending to 2 people. You can send 2 people a message as long as you want, but only 2.
This is Old Man Nalf, right?
This is Old Man Nalf, yeah. 2 people.
Can I
Your
ask you a
last
question?
words before you're gone.
Before he does this,
Yeah.
one of the things that he can do is he can change places with himself. Can he jump in as if he's going in with Shadow Nalf, and at the very last second teleport out?
Oh, man. You can try, because this is different than just avoiding something dangerous. This is like reality shattering. So I'm going to say that this is a will of strength to pull yourself out. Well, strength or dexterity, because you're just trying to dodge out of the way of that pulling. So make a dexterity saving throw as Old Man Nalf, and that is plus 12 to your saving throw. This is really difficult, though. You're going to have to roll really high. So roll a d20 plus 12.
Oh, yes. Okay, plus 18 plus 12.
Okay. Yeah. All right. That is 30. That is what you needed. That was the DC. As you are just cutting through, you begin to lash in to this creature, cutting through, trying to distract it from what you might do. However, it is dealing quite a bit of damage to you now, Fian. You are getting decimated as you can feel your eyes begin to lull, but that amount of strength and force, that sheer will to not let this thing get out, to keep this thing away from yourself and those people that you cared most about, you shove it into the deepest, darkest parts outside of reality. You push it hard, and you can feel the wisps of time, of the weave, of existence itself begin to yank and pull towards you. But you are able to wriggle and writhe using the different echoes to cut away and peel back against it, leaving one echo outside left to wait as you can feel reality closing behind you. That tear you made shutting. In that brief moment, you step through. And right at that moment, the shadow is able to make one large cut against your chest as you feel the air just sapped out of your lungs. And you swap places with your echo. Shadow gone as you begin to drop 80 feet from the sky.
Holy
crashing
shit.
Back into the tavern. Slamming into the wall, crashing through the roof onto the room where Eurydice and Twig were staying. At that moment, young Nalfian, Din, Quilp, and the other 2 are you're able to get them up now, and you're able to kind of briefly explain, and you hear the crash into the room as Old Man Nalfian, you can tell you are very, very close to death right now. You maybe have a couple more seconds, and you can tell that no amount of healing magic is going to save you. So with that, the 6 of you run into the room, and you can see Nalfian, like, rib cage, like, partially busted open, entrails leaking out, bits and pieces of his arm and flesh just gone, like, as if it was never there. Just the shadow touched it, and he dissolved. You can see him leaning up against the wall, heavy breathing, and Kayla, I'll go ahead and take over for Old Man Mouth now.
Okay. I was like, oh.
You don't have to roll. You don't have to role play both.
Okay.
So you can see he just sits there, just raspy breathing, and he looks over towards Twig and Eurydice, and he just holds his stomach, just tries to hold himself together, and he says,
I did it. I saved you both.
And he looks to Brandon.
Brandon, my friend. I saved you. I'm sorry for what I did. I'm so sorry.
And looking to you, Nalfian, he just, like, gestures for you to come to him. Please.
Yeah, Nalfian is just like, I mean, tears staining his face and just a look of absolute horror as to what he's potentially almost did. He's gonna very quickly go over to him.
And he's kind of gonna grab your face, and you can feel, like, your own blood touching your face.
So weird.
And he says,
You are not a monster. You are a good man. You have good in you. You can save them. They all die if you're not there. All of them. Whenever Shadow calls, you will deny it. You make me that promise.
I promise. He's like choking back his own tears right now.
Good. Secrets is how he wins. Lies and deceit is what gives him his power. Do not let him win. Let him hold no power, and he will not win. You are strong, and you are the best damn knight to ever walk the face of this time.
and his hand will kind of drop from your cheek and on to his lap.
Be free, Sir Nalfian. Be what I never could. Be the light that shines in the dark. Do not be the source of the shadow. Do not trust. Do not trust the one with golden hair. The one who gave the coin. He will not sacrifice what is necessary.
And you can see the eyes begin to lull. And they shoot back up, and he just says,
I see them.
And he smiles.
Nalfian, I see them.
Alfie's like full on crying right now.
And he just begins to sob. And as the tears begin to fall, the last exhale of breath, as his body collapses, as Old Man Nalfian accomplished what he needed to. He saved not only Brandon, but Eurydice and Twig. Nalfian, you have this brief moment where you feel a void in you, and then you can feel where there once was shadow and conflict, a pool of light begin to form in the base of your stomach. For a moment, you look up, and you can see, created by these shards of moonlight, there stands your echo. But it's not a shadow. No, it is wispy light. It's Old Man Nalf. And while his soul may be where he and you always wanted it to be, back there, a part of him will always be with you now, always watching and always willing to aid you in battle. And on that note, that is where we're gonna end tonight's session. Hey!
I cannot. Oh, I cry.
Yay! So much fun. D&D is such a fun thing to do. Remember how you guys bought a
Joe? It's
Remember how you guys bought a sheep earlier?
That's the same session.
Yeah, you guys were doing that, and I was like, well, this is gonna be awkward later.
It's okay, Lala's there as a support animal.
Oh yeah, she is your emotional support sheep now.
Jesus.
Oh God. Yeah, sorry for going over a little bit. I figured it would probably be okay, all things considered.
Yes.
But now, luckily Nalfian, you never have to worry about your echo back-talking you ever again.
About goddamn time.
Oh yeah, now the class will just work like the class.
Hell yeah. Not be a little bitch.
Yep, exactly.
Love it.
You still have your Dunamanic stutter.
Yes.
That knowledge cannot be gone, cannot be taken away. Oh yeah, no, the shadow did not eat Lala, newbie goddess. Just that way we're all on the same page here.
You imagine?
Oh, that'd be sad as hell. Oh man, all right. Well, thank you so much for watching, everybody. I greatly appreciate the viewership. And boy, what a session it was. So, thank you for watching. Be sure to tune in next Tuesday for the Adventures of the Salamander Coast, next Friday for the Explorers of Ephera, or next Saturday for the continuation of the Isles of Iverion. Thanks for watching, and I hope that regardless of what time of day it is for you, I hope that you have a great rest of your morning, afternoon, night, evening, whatever. All right. Thanks for watching, and I will see you on Tuesday. Bye.